can't say what's wrong or right.
No.
It's not hard to fool me.
No.
'Cause I'm addicted to the good life.
Yes.
Yeah. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say.
No.
With me, you're heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. To the edge of it all. So tell your good night. 'Cause I'll find a better one. Yeah. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. Ooh. So tell your good night. 'Cause I'll find a better one. Ooh. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. It's not a problem.
No.
'Cause I know what I'm getting into.
Yes.
Yeah. And nothing can stop me.
No.
'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say. With me, you're heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night. 'Cause I'll find a better one. Yeah. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. Before it flies. So tell your good night. 'Cause I'll find a better one. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies.
Man, oh man, we're gonna have a good Friday night. This is going to be an excellent show. I got my drink ready. Got, of course, with the eggnog and rum, and inside the rum is a little bit of brandy and whiskey. So shout out to all you guys that are enjoying the holiday. Shout out to Sexy Boo just walking in the building. You tired, babe?
Everyone, yeah, I'm tired. Just like traffic's crazy today.
It is crazy. That
Hello,
traffic-
everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. Oh, nice. It's good.
Oh, it's good now.
Mhm.
That traffic is crazy today.
It is.
Now you know what I was talking about when I was dropping Jeffrey off at the airport. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you know that I always in north, so it was traffic everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And then when it finally stopped raining, it really was like super thick. Now everybody wants to come out.
yeah, and no, and today's Black Friday in Colombia, so everybody's shopping. All the stores are open until 11 p.m. today.
Wow.
Everybody's shopping. You know, clothes,
Televisions.
TVs, all electronics, cell
Yeah.
phones, toys for the kids. Yeah.
That's true. That's
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm going to just change these clothes and everything.
true. All right, Sexy Boo. Love you too. All right, guys. Shout out to all you guys that was unexpected to see Mrs. Spence walk into the live stream, but it's great to see her because this is 50% her show anyway. So therefore, it's Andrea and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders. Let's get some intro music going, shall we? Yes, sir. I am so excited about this live stream. I can't lie. This is one that I have been waiting on for quite a while. I won't lie. This is not just, guys, get your paper and your pen out. Now, you know when I say that, it's important. Get your paper and your pen out. We are doing an exclusive consultation live. We got the videos, and we're going to be doing the interview with our brother Theo Wolf. Yes, our brother Theo Wolf. Our brother Theo Wolf will be here shortly, and we will be doing an exclusive consultation with Theo Wolf live. We're going to see what country that after talking to ChatGPT and DeepSeek and other formats, AI formats, what does AI have to say to Theo Wolf about what country he needs to move to? What city does he need to move to in that country, and what side of the city should he move to? ChatGPT and DeepSeek has answered these questions. So yeah, we got a good one tonight for our brother Theo Wolf. Like I said, he will be coming up shortly. And he was even surprised, and even I was surprised at what country that said that it checks all of Theo's boxes. So I put together a video montage like I always do for us in regards to our brother Theo Wolf. Shout out to all you guys that are out there. Our first sponsor of the night is our brother Evan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we got a new cologne of the night, which is from Swiss. Dude, if you have not got your hands on any, and I'm going to say this, I'm going to read my brother's comment real quick. My brother says this. He says, there are 3 countries that I could live in forever. Costa Rica, good choice. Colombia, good choice as well. And Brazil. Excellent choice. Yes, sir. He said, Latin women are my favorite. He said, I love how they are very feminine, submissive, nurturing. This is true. Thick. Yes, sir. And curvy. Yes, sir, my friend. He said, my weakness, most of all. Most of all. My weakness. I told y'all the story how my ex-wife, after being married for 10 years at that time period, she told me, she looked me right in the eyes. We were walking through the mall, and she said, hey, Andre, you need to be with a Latin woman. Now, mind you, we have been together 10 years, nowhere near a divorce at that time period. Marriage is going great. She was fit, check. Feminine, check. Friendly, check, right? She was just Miss Corporate America, just corporate, right? Checking. And I'm not putting any blame on her in regards to the marriage. What I'm saying is she saw me in the mall, we just walking, holding hands. And she said, I've come to a conclusion. And I said, what's your conclusion? Now, this is my ex-wife. And she says, you love Latin women and you should be with a Latina. Now, we're living in Florida at this time period, so we're surrounded by Latin women. And I'm like, oh, what are you talking about? I knew what she was talking about, but what are you talking about? She says, I see how you look at white women. I see attractive white women. She said, I see how you look at attractive black women, Middle Eastern women, and very attractive Asian women. My ex-wife told me, she said, but I really see how you look at Latin women. She said, there is no other woman that I've ever seen you look at in the 10 years that we've been married the way that you look at Latin women. She said, so Andre, I really believe you should have married a Latin woman. Now, mind you, at that time period, 10 years into a 14-year marriage, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. And yet, fast forward, I'm like, Evan. I'm like, at least Evan didn't lie to himself. At least Evan didn't lie to himself. I suppose I was lying to myself so much that even my ex-wife noticed. And I'm happily married. And I mean happily married to a Latina. So maybe the ex-wife was right. Shout out to my man Kenny Peoples being numero uno tonight, number one. He said, good evening, buenas noches. Good evening to you guys. Dre, this is finna. Yes, sir. Finna. I've been saying that lately, like over the last year, instead of saying I'm about to, I've been saying finna around Andrea a lot. I'm finna go to the store real quick. I'm finna go ahead and finish that off. You know, I got some homework with Theo. I'm gonna go ahead and finish off them Theo homework. So I've been finding myself doing that. But shout out to all you guys. I don't have time to give everybody a shout out because my guest is here already. My brethren, mentor, teacher, instructor, guide, my brother, and example, mind you, Theo Wolf. So when I give you guys a shout out, I might not read everything that you guys have to say, but that's because I'm going directly into the stream. Once again, shout out to all you guys. Shout out, first of all, to Class 6, Class 6.5, Class 7 with Theo's class. Shout out to all the instructors that help us out and help Theo out when it comes to training us idiotic guys that are trying to understand Terraform, and now we finally understand it, and understand all the things that we're going to be doing before we take our exams. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to all the truck drivers that are out there on the road. Shout out to all you guys that have worked the railroads, as well as the ports of all the ships that come in with the products that we receive. Shout out to all you guys. I got your back, third shifters, second shifters that are working overtime. I got your back, baby. I understand what it's like to work third shift late night. I got your back, baby. And all you second shifters that's working overtime, I got you too. Shout out to all you guys. We got the eggnog getting ready for the Christmas season. Yes, sir. All right, cologne of the night. You guys need to become very familiar with Swiss Arabian. I've had this cologne for quite a while. I never pulled it out. I got quite a few colognes that I haven't pulled out, so I'm going to be pulling them out over the next few weeks because I just saved them from October, August, September to December. So now I'm going to start pulling them out. Swiss Arabian. This is right now is a oud tonka. It has no oud in it. Let's say this again. It is a very chocolatey, caramel, masculine, mind you, masculine, caramel vanilla scent. It's a great, great box. Open it up just like that. Bada bing, bada boom. Some of you guys have seen it. Some of you guys haven't, from Swiss Arabia. And I'm telling you, this is an excellent date night, hangout scent, year-round scent. It is a good one. It is a good one. And you don't need much. The atomizer, I mean, you guys want to see the atomizer test? Look at that, man. That's spraying right there. That's spraying as if it has a fan behind it. So yes, sir. Cologne of the night is the oud tonka, and I'm telling you, it's only $30. It's only $30. I forget what it's a clone of, but the clone that it clones, the original cologne that is cloning, is $300. So you can get the same scent for $30 instead of $300, because that $300 you can get your Airbnb in another country. Once again, and that means, dude, you can enjoy all type of Swiss Arabian colognes or clones. Get very, very familiar with Swiss Arabian when it comes to your colognes. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Once again, I can't reach out to everybody. Shout out to David Dice, but I cannot reach out to everybody tonight. We got 52 people in the building. That means it should be 52 people clicking that like button. We like you. Shout out to my man Dwight. Shout out to my man Charles in the building. Is that Razor I see? Yes, sir. Oh, Nazarene in the building. Glad to see you here, as well as my man Hugh Egner in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad to see that you guys are here. And once again, we got our guests here. Shout out to my Uncle Ghostface, who just left here, Jeffrey. We all had a great time yesterday for Thanksgiving. It was actually, we thought it was going to be 10, but it was like 12 of us that showed up. We had a wonderful, elegant, this is the first time I ever had an elegant 5-star restaurant experience on Thanksgiving. If any of you guys in the comments, including my Uncle Jeffrey, confirm what I was saying. I'm used to just having black folks putting stuff on a plate and you just pile the macaroni and cheese and the greens and the turkey. And you just pile it up on the plate. It's just the juices everywhere. This was like 5-star elegant. I mean, tuxedo style. This was really nice Thanksgiving that the Marriott put out. So shout out to the Marriott for what they did for all of us expats in regards to relocating. Shout out to my man Charles and all of us that came together here in Cali, Colombia. Shout out to all you guys. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Once again, tonight's topic, you guys want to bring a pen and paper because tonight we're going to be doing an online free consultation with our brother Theo Wolf. In other words, there are 10 questions I'm going to ask him. I've got slight video, small model video, and then I want to hear what he has to say regarding each one. And the reason why we're doing this is because these are the 10 questions that you're going to need to ask yourself before you even consider moving to another country. I don't care about how many times you've been there. I don't care how many times you partied there. I don't care how many women you've been with, or you're in love with a particular one. You still are going to need to ask yourself these 10 questions. It says if we need to do it, then our brother Theo is going to need to do it as well. So shout out to Theo Wolf in regards to all that he is sharing with us tonight. Shout out to DJ. And let me scroll down, see who else I have down here. Shout out to no homework tonight. Theo just letting you guys know. Relax for a moment, just for a few hours. He said tonight this podcast is your homework. So bring the pen and paper in hand, gentlemen. Shout out to my brother Aaron. I promise you guys will thank me and thank Theo after this particular live stream. It won't be too long. You know how I get. But I promise you, it will be extremely informative. Shout out to my man Kofa. I got you in this live stream tonight. Expect to see you tonight. You and Kings and Dreams are on this live stream tonight in regards to some of the video footage that I put together as well. Shout out to you guys. And let me scroll down to my brother Revillo. Hope I pronounced that correct. So salute the class 7. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tevin King is in the building, as well as my man IMF. Shout out to you, Inside Out class. Yep, Inside Out class. Yes, sir. Sound like danger. Stranger Things with the upside down world. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to my man Aaron once again of the McDonald family. That is. Shout out to my mentor, my brother, my friend, who was the first one that encouraged me to get in front of a microphone or get behind a microphone. Way back in 2011, Sean D. Upshaw of the Upshaw family. And shout out to my fellow brother over in Indiana. Shout out to my brother, and he'll be down here, him and his wonderful wife and family. Shout out to my brother Gary, who's been down here in Colombia a lot longer than a lot of us. He was down here in Colombia in the 80s and 90s. So none of us have bragging rights more than Gary. Shout out to Gary over there in Lafayette, Indiana with the Purdue boys. He's not up there in South Bend, Indiana with Notre Dame. He's not down there in Terre Haute with IU, Indianapolis University. He's over there with Purdue on the other side of Indiana with Purdue University. Shout out to them Purdue boys, them Boilermakers. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down. Shout out to my man Jay, as well as Bill being in the building, and Money. Yes, sir. Glad that you here. He said no Purdue. I gotta show some love to Purdue. Them the Boilermakers. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Indiana University. Yes, sir. Gotta show them some love down there in Terre Haute, Indiana, as well as in South Bend, Indiana. You got those boys from Notre Dame. Yes, sir. Them Notre Dame boys. Shout out to you. We about to get up. And if I missed any of you guys, blame it on my head, such as my brother Shay, and my man My man, let me pronounce that correctly. Is y'all Jashawn? If I pronounced it wrong, blame it on my head, not my heart. But I'm glad that you're here, brother. Yes, sir. Glad that you guys are here. We got 63 people in the building. That should be 63 likes because you already know once you click that like button,
Oprah coming next.
Oprah coming next.
Once I establish this as a place of truth,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
If we have done nothing together as a group, we have established this channel as a place of truth. Let's get ready to get started with our brother. We're about to change the music in the background for our brother who's coming up to get his free consultation. Oh, this is going to be a consultation. This is going to be fun with our brother Theo. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Me and Theo have been talking about this a couple of days ago, this particular issue in regards to relocating. And before I bring Theo up, Theo was sharing with me something that he discovered. I'm going to share with you what he discovered. Theo said, I was kind of messing around, sitting around, ain't had much to do on that particular moment. And I went into ChatGPT. Some of y'all use ChatGPT. Some of y'all use DeepSeek or DeepSeek 2. And he said, I want to see what ChatGPT and or DeepSeek had to say about me when it comes to relocating to another country. So this is what we got from our brother. Yeah, y'all didn't think? You know how analytical Theo is. I don't know why y'all want to pretend like you didn't know. Shout out to my man Jay. And shout out to my man Afro Nation. Yes, sir, in the building. First class in the building. Shout out to Jamon. Okay, so he discovered that there are certain countries that ChatGPT said, hey, you need to check out these countries based on the information that you shared with me, what you're looking for long term. Check it out. First country was Singapore because of the high education, conservative culture, low divorce rate in Singapore, open interracial marriages in Singapore, 15% probability of success. Poland, with those gorgeous, tall, beautiful, blonde, blue-eyed women, long-legged, the Christian culture, high capability, I say capability, but compatibility, strong attraction towards high-income Western men. Doesn't matter what race. I keep trying to let you guys know that a lot of times, and this is very important, guys, a lot of times you are not judged in other countries on your race. I know in Canada, UK, or in the West, United States, we all assume that we're judged globally only on our race. But I'm here to tell you, a lot of times you are judged in other countries based on the class or the economic standards in which you stand, not only or first on your race. So let's go back to Poland. Strong attraction towards high income Western men. Once again, Japan. Need we say more with Theo Wolf? Do we really need to go into Japan? The man has a history of Europe, but he also has a history with Japan. Low divorce rates, traditional values, strong marriages. Need we say more? But look what came up out west. Wasn't Brazil. When he put into the system, put into the computer what he wanted, all his stats, the family, economics, goals, plans, everything that he wanted in a new country. In other words, his bat cave. Like I always say, your bat cave should be the place of your tranquility, and let's let every other place be the place where you can go wild. I would rather go to Brazil and go wild than come back to Colombia for my peace. I'd rather go to Colombia for my peace, to go wild, but then I go to Peru for my peace. Wherever country you choose to be your bat cave, Let that be your bat cave, the place where you can take care of business, meet people, be cool. It's good. You can chill. Let all the other countries be where you go wild and go crazy. Some of you make the mistake of, like a lot of us, move to Orlando, Florida because of Mickey Mouse. In other words, you're moving there to a location because it's exciting. And you may not want that in the place that you live. The next one was Colombia, upper middle class. That's where I am. Colombia, upper middle class. Why? It told Theo Christian values, warm culture, very open interracial relationships. Notice the key term, though, was upper middle class. Not them scraggly chicks that y'all like to go with. Not the beautiful bottom feeders. Not the chicks in the clubs. Not the pay for play on in the brothels and or on the streets of Cartagena. Not the women that's on Tinder or on Bumble. The women that in Colombia that ChatGPT and or DeepSeek recommended for Theo as well as myself are the attractive upper middle class or upper class women. Y'all caught that? So we're about to bring on our guests. Now that we've laid a foundation. See, Theo's laughing. That means that I'm looking at him laughing. That means he has a lot to share with us. Let me put this to the side and let's bring up our guest.
Hey there. How you doing?
Pause.
Happy Thanksgiving. How you doing?
Thanksgiving, bro. You looking good, man.
I'm trying. I'm doing intermittent fasting now, so I'm working on some stuff.
Yeah, I could tell the difference.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm working
sir.
on it. I'm definitely working on it. So, yeah, it's been a good November, and I'm on sabbatical right now. So I've been working on my health and get into my oncologist, get into my cardiologist, dietitian, life coach, all these guys. So it's just been really great. So yeah, I'm enjoying myself. That's what can I say. Shout out to my admins for working so hard, because without them, I wouldn't be able to do this like I am right now.
That team that you have, man. Whew, they have saved me when it comes to this go around of classes. I kid you not.
I think that's great.
They are excellent. Shout out to all you guys that assist, all you assistant instructors, the admins, all you guys that do tutors, all the group leaders of class 7, class 6, class 6.5. You guys are taking it to a whole nother level of helping us when it comes to cloud engineering, and we appreciate it. Whether you guys realize it or not, we really do. All right, let me ask you this, Theo. Let's get this part out of the way. What made you sit back and say, I kind of have an idea of where I want to live when I relocate? What made you say, let me go to AI and see what AI has to say?
It's, to be honest, you probably hear me in class. Almost every time I have class, I have a different country where I want to go to. So I'm usually floating between Colombia, Brazil, Thailand, or like maybe Germany, maybe Latvia, maybe Slovakia. But it's always moving. And so what I was doing then was doing a trend analysis. So every 12 hours, I would write down, like, where do I want to go and why, and what do I want to be, what my future going to be. And what I did then was I found it was the place where I wanted to go was more based upon my current psychological state. So it was more like if I was tired, if I was stressed, if I was low sugar versus I had just exercised, it changed every time. So it's like, okay, AI has a pretty good database, right? It has a lot of good analysis and understands trends. So let me do this and let me test ChatGPT. ChatGPT 5 is out. So let me put it through a test. I'm going to do it like a system-based, data-driven test. So I'm going to see what works. So I did it that way. And first off, I was shocked. ChatGPT 5 is actually good. most of the time you hear me talking in class, I say like the AI is crap. It's just a glorified search engine. It can only help you do this or that.
I've heard you say that on interviews too.
Yeah, this version can deduce. It can actually have question. It can actually hold you. It can actually ask really relevant questions. It can infer meaning, and so I understood how prompt engineering had to work with this, and so I started dealing with it as a system. And when that happened, I couldn't believe the answers I was getting. I was like,
I know,
wow, we're dealing with a totally different system right now. This is by far different than this others were. So I went through and did these prompts regarding where I should go, and it was clear. It was basically like anywhere I wanted to go, I had to give something up. No place was perfect.
We're going to talk about that. Yep.
Right.
I'm glad you
So-
said that.
This is what you can have. So I had to think about what my priority was. And ultimately for me, what I'm doing in this group and establishing another center someplace, that was more important to me than marriage. So if I put that into a secondary consideration, then one city, boom, popped up. It was done. It was very simple. It was like, this is probably where you're going to go. This is it.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what we're going to do tonight is we're going to walk through this. We're going to walk through
Yeah.
what we did a little introduction a few moments ago,
Mhm.
but I actually put together slight videos to go with each one and to answer 10 questions that I'm going to ask you that's going to somewhat solidify this for you. And we're going to basically just do a online consultation. We're going to do it live.
You can also, if you want, you can have me
Uh-huh.
share my screen.
Oh yeah,
Because
you
I'm
can.
ready. I'm ready for
Anytime-
that. I'm ready for it there. Yeah.
Anytime you want to.
Okay.
We can start off with that.
Okay.
Is there anything I need to send you?
No, I just need, if I can, I don't know how that works with screen. Hold on. I can just, in StreamYards, I can just do screen share, right?
Yep.
Share screen. Okay.
I can remove that from screen.
Yeah.
We're
Okay,
just
hold
looking at-
on.
I'll stop sharing.
Okay. Let me do this real quick. So, screen share. Hold on. Let's just, first time, we're building it while we fly it. Okay, this is the first time I've done this in StreamYards.
Yes, we are.
So,
Welcome to the wonderful world of struggle streaming.
let's see. Oh, there it is. Perfect. That's what I want. Okay. Okay. So here is ChatGPT. You guys can see that. Yeah.
Okay, let me add the screen. There we go. Now,
Okay.
before you go any further, Theo.
Yep.
The reason why we're showing this, guys, because you guys can use this same step and same prompts to
Right.
find out what country gels with your goals. Because some of you guys come to Colombia, but Brazil is where you're supposed to be. Some of you guys go to Brazil, but Poland is where you're supposed to be. Some of you guys go to Germany or Poland, but the country for you for long term compared to short term is actually Thailand or Cambodia or Mongolia. So a lot of times you might say something because you're emotionally caught up, but when it comes to the actual facts, when it comes to longevity, the country in which a person like you are supposed to go for long term, your back cave, in other words, it might be a country that you hadn't even considered. So this is what Theo is showing us tonight. So let me not talk too much. Let me shut up.
No problem. No, I think you said that. So the first thing that ChatGPT needs to do is analyze who you are. It needs to know that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add photos. Okay. And I'm going to do here. I prepared this on my screen before this started. Okay. I'm going to say, look at these two photos. This is the same man. Please provide analysis of this person's ethnicity. From which country is this person most likely? And from which ethnicity? Okay, so the reason I'm going to ask this quickly first is that I need ChatGPT to actually focus on me. Okay,
Correct.
and I'm doing it just independently. So I'm just saying this person. So I wanted to do an analysis. I want it to be thinking, and it has the full capability of doing facial analysis. This is not a problem. It will definitely run with you here. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Okay. Okay. So let's go through here. So can't do full, that's fine. And okay. So medium brown skin code, ethnicity, nationally can't be determined from appearance. Many regions, including Middle East and South Africa's overlooked features. Okay,
Correct.
so if you want a range of possibilities, okay, so I'll refine it and say yes, I would like to have a range of I'm not searching for a specific location.
And the reason why, shout out to you, Jay, be in the building, Jay Shar once again. The reason why we're doing this particular episode for you guys, as well as Theo, is because once again, sometimes we assume that a country that works for another brother will work for us. That's not true. That's why there's so many guys in DR that it works out great. And for others, they've left DR. That's why some guys can go to Kenya and it succeeds, but for others, it doesn't. So tonight we're doing, what can ChatGPT do to help you, as well as myself and Theo and others, choose the countries that gel best for the person who you are and not what your favorite YouTuber is.
Right. So we're first establishing where this person comes from, most likely. And it's giving, this is actually in ranking. I've done this before. So this is actually in ranking. So it thinks I'm first from the Caribbean and second from Latin America. Now, I'm not surprised because when I was in Japan, a lot of people thought that I was from the Caribbean. They did not think I was African American. I was very impressed by that. Okay. So what you really want to do is first establish where are you from. All right. So it knows, it can see your features. It knows your ethnicity. It can kind of guess your ethnicity, kind of guessing where you're from. Okay. So this is actually pretty good. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to say like, hey, why don't you narrow this down? So I'll say yes, please. And I narrow this down, focus on the jawline, and provide additional details. Okay, and this is what I'm doing right now is I'm just getting ChatGPT more engaged. I really want it to focus on different aspects. So this is the easiest thing for me to do, right? So I'm just asking another question. Hey, what about this? What about that? Like, I'm just trying to get some more information. Get it engaged some more. So yeah, this again gives the information. It says mixed African with other ancestry, which is correct, right? And then it says might be from this country, or might be from North Africa, Ethiopia, Caribbean. Okay, this is good, right? And so Horn of Africa, this goes well. Caribbean, Afro-Latina, okay, less likely regions, but still possible. North African or African American. Good. Now we get to see some really good information. This is really, so now it's starting to figure out who I might be. Now, the reason why this is important is this helps to establish, from an independent point of view, how the world looks at you. How you're going to be perceived from the outside. Okay.
Don't forget that part, guys.
Right. So you can't come in here like I can't come in here and say, hey, look, I was born in Japan or I was born in Germany or something like that. That's emotional. That's not how somebody on the street who doesn't know you is going to interpret you. So this gives me a very good way of trying to figure out who I am in the world. I need to know that because in the dating world, in the dating market, I'm just a product, another commodity on a global market. That's it. Right? So there we go. We've now established there. So you guys at home, you can do that. Just do some clarifications. You see how I said this? Please narrow it down. And then I'm also coming up here and I'm saying, hey, give me a range of possibilities, right? So I'm not saying just give me a specific location. This is good. Okay. So that's good. Thanks. Let's see.
Hey, Theo, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Is there a way that you could copy the prompts that you used and put them in the private chat so I could put them, or if you're watching the show, could you put them in the comments? Because this is a good point DJ's had. He said, what questions did you put in?
Yeah, sure. So let's go. Let's do the first one right here.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to give a shout out to my man, Master Thriller, in the building with the $10 love. He said, I did this exact same thing, literally, yesterday. He said, wow, this is crazy and creepy. He said, I asked it based on my interactions with you, which country do you think would suit me best? It said, drum roll, please, Colombia. And I had to laugh. So yeah, this is I know, right? So he's not the first brother. And my man Evan says this. He said, Andre, he said, I've noticed across South America, especially in Costa Rica, Colombia, and Brazil, that women are often after us brothers. This is true. He say, us black men and Latin women are a perfect match. I cannot deny that, my friend. I cannot deny that. He says South America is the new Germany. Okay, I'll take that. I will take that. Yes, sir. The new place to be. And shout out to my man Black Nubian, them Canadian boys.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Shout out to them Canadian boys in the building. Glad to see you here, brother. And my brother Master, I think I read that. Yeah, he said he did this just yesterday. So all you guys did you let me ask you this. Did you send it to the private chat or did you just put it in the comments?
I put it in the comments. So right there.
Oh, thanks, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. I appreciate that.
Okay. Now what we want to do is we basically want to start getting engaged in regarding a potential match. So we're going to do this. What we're going to do is prompt chaining. Okay. So I'm going to ask it several questions. Well, the first question we're going to do is just to introduce the idea of women for this person. Okay. So thanks. We'll say thanks, GPT. Tell me. Let's assume that this person is heterosexual. Which pop of women in the world would most likely pair or marry this person? Please give more than one population you can provide, ethnicity or country. You are free to answer as you wish. Okay? And the reason I'm doing this is I don't want it to say like I can only give this answer, I can't do this one. I'm trying, hey, just give me a few, right? So let's see this. So you do have to say you're heterosexual, just so you know. It needs to know this information, okay?
In the world today, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So what it's going here first is it's giving here Caribbean women. That's right. Now this is what I had before when I did this. So Caribbean women most likely would pair with me, and that's an African American, Afro Canadian, and then Afro Latina women. Okay, and then it says women from the same broad Afro diaspora regions, and then women from the Horn of Africa if that person is from there, and then from same multicultural cosmopolitan countries, that's fine, and then Latina, especially in diverse countries. Okay. And then European. So this is kind of a more general idea. So what's doing here is giving a lot of general ideas, right? But it says most likely Afro-Caribbean, Afro-American, Afro-Latina, and Ethiopian. Okay, good. There we go. So now what we have here is it's starting to home in on the idea of you in a market where you're most likely to go. The reason why this is important is because it needs to actually be accessing its databases and actually be thinking about this possibility. And you have to go step by step with this. You can't just, this is the thing I want to also make you guys understand about chain prompting. You really can't just throw like 20 pages of questions at it at one time. It will not work.
True.
You need to do it one step at a time, just kind of like, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? All right. And you got to refine it over time. So this is really good. This is what I really like about this. So it gave me this information and I really like that. Okay. But it doesn't know where I'm living. It doesn't know anything. Okay. So I'm going to give it some additional information. Okay. Let's have some fun. Okay. So, okay. Let's refine this. This person earns only 300,000 American dollars yearly. Actually, I earn more than that, but let's just put it at 300,000. I want to be more relevant to my students, right? Is 183 centimeters tall. Is, let's have fun, because this, I'll take it from my photo when I was 37 years old.
An average, yeah.
Has no children.
Average dude.
No debt.
57% of men in the United States don't have kids.
Nope. And has 2 master's degrees.
There we go.
Okay. Now, see, the reason why we're going to put that in there is it needs to start looking at demographics information. Now, I'm not going to copy this point here for you guys because this query isn't relative to you. So you need to go put your own information here, okay, to refine it for yourself. Because now this is where I have a tangent. You guys can't put this in there for yourself. So let's go and put that in there and let's see what it says. So it says, great, adding income, highly predictive. Okay, now this is what I found. It did the same thing last time. This is what I find to be really interesting.
Why?
Where does it say? It sends me to snow bunnies automatically. The second time, it sends me to snow bunnies.
So if you're a heterosexual man, brother, and it doesn't even know what country you're from at that time period.
Right.
It still sends you, if you're a high value brother, think about it, guys. I want you guys to realize this. It doesn't know what country Theo or any of you guys are from.
Right.
It just knows your background of being of African upper class background.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it knows.
And yet it still says snow bunnies.
Right. It says snow bunnies. So I'm really interested by this. I learned just interested. So one of the things that I thought about this is why college educated snow bunnies think that we should be going for them automatically, and they're like questioning why not them. So again, American, Canadian, British, Nordic countries, French, right? And then they're the first ones, and then Afro diaspora, yep, and then East Asian, right? So this is goes down here, and then Latina, right? So here, this is the first point where we start having divergence here. Mexican middle upper class. It says it specifically. This is going to happen in Colombia pretty soon, but see how it says this is where it probably should go. Okay, and then key factors, right? So it gives some good demographic information, and then it says these are the kind of women you should be paired up with. Okay, this is really good. So then it says top matches right here, Caribbean. Okay, so it did.
Hey, Theo, let's read that list.
Okay, so it says I'm compatible with surgeons, high-end lawyers, senior engineers, and executives. Says he falls into hyper-selective male category, meaning most populations of women would consider him a desirable partner regardless of ethnicity.
Before you go any further, I just want to say why I said go into that. Most of you guys that are graduating from Theo's courses, most of you that are looking to relocate, many of you guys that are ex-military, many of you guys that are truck drivers or plumbers, I mean the blue collar brothers that's making you good money, you don't realize that you qualify for some of the best women in the world globally.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you guys sit back and you come to other countries and you start to date beautiful bottom feeders, that's why you see why I'm always don't do that, brethren. Be patient, brothers, because I kid you not, you really in most parts of the world, you truck drivers with the money that you make, you plumbers with the money that you make, you certified IT guys and cloud engineers with the money that you make, in most parts of the world, you qualify for what's on this list. The surgeons, the business women, the executives, the senior engineers, the high-level lawyers. In most countries, you might not qualify it in the United States or UK or in Canada. So you assume when I go to Cartagena, I'm only qualified for the beautiful bottom feeders that's walking the streets at night. You're not. And that's why many of us, I'm going to say this and I'm going to let Theo finish. That's why many of us fail when it comes to foreign women, because you keep getting women you are overqualified for. You're not going to succeed as long as you keep trying to date and mate women that you are far superior to.
I said, I totally agree on that. And I just want to say, guys, especially when I'm abroad, when I see a brother going out with a beautiful bottom feeder, I look at you guys flabbergasted. I'm like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Like, don't you understand what you could date? Especially when I see you guys dating single mothers abroad and they're beautiful bottom feeder single mothers, I'm looking at you like you're nuts. I really am. In fact, at that point, I usually try to distance myself from you. Because I'm like, look, man, you're nuts. I don't even want to deal with that. I don't know what's wrong with you. So stop it. Right? I just get away. And I have seen so many guys doing that. Do you know who I don't see doing that? Guys from Nordic countries.
Boom.
And I see the women they're with, and I sit back and I'm like, yo, man, the brothers can beat you in the market. The brothers can crush you. Like, we can get by far better looking women than what you guys have. The only difference is that the guys from the Nordic countries are actually trying for it. The brothers are going for these bottom feeders. I don't even know why you're doing it. So I just want to say that, guys, you are qualified for like the top level women. You just need to go for them. That's it. I have no problem. Again, I listen to Andre talking. I'm always saying this 100%. That's what I always go for when I'm abroad. I go for like the top level women because they're available. There's not enough men like us around. There's such a dearth of it. And Western women, when they say they have this or that qualification for them, the only thing they're doing is writing their own tragedy. That's it. So let that be. You just have to look at it and say, you are justifying why you will perish alone without reproduction. You are so smart that you can't reproduce. You should have seen the conversation I had with ChatGPT about this all day today. I was going back and forth with demographics on this, and he was like, oh yeah, like there's a great population of educated people in the United States from certain universities, including my own, where there's no the people can't reproduce. And they're trying to fix this because this is a big problem from a demographics point of view. They said it was an inefficient usage of education. You're basically applying capital to make people infertile. It's not efficient, right? Yeah, I thought, that's some BS. I agree, that's some BS. So, I just want to say that, guys. Don't if a woman, if Keisha in Atlanta says she makes $250,000 and she's too good for you, sit back and say, hey, look, I got Maria down here, and she's a lawyer too. And I'm going to make some family with her. And Maria in Colombia will still be a lawyer, but she's going to be a mother and a very loved wife. You're not.
So right? True. So true. Excellent point.
All right. So let's continue on this. Let's have some more fun. Okay.
There we go.
Let's go ahead. Okay, there we go. I'm going now. What I'm going to do is ask for a clarification. Okay. Because when this came up first, I was like, oh, no, this isn't going to work. Okay?
Before you put the clarification in, could you do us a favor? Drop the last few questions that you prompted.
I put all the questions in there, but the last the last prompt I can't put in because it was my data. So you have to put in your data showing your income, your height, all this information. That's what you have to do.
That's true, because if they follow the prompts to the T, they will pull up your personal data and not their personal data.
Right? They were putting it there. They're not me, right? Okay, so let's further clarify why this person has a dating preference. She needs to have low body count, low likelihood of abortion. Sorry, I had to say that word on your show. I know it's not bad. It's not good for the algorithm.
No, that's not bad.
Desire for family and low chance of divorce. In fact, he should try to avoid at all costs. Okay? So now I'm putting in a preference. I'm putting in 4 qualifiers here. Okay?
Right.
And this is really just to show, like, hey, look, these are some things I like. These are some of my, things on my non-negotiables. So again, low body count.
Don't let that slide by, Theo.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Don't
copy
let
it.
That part, yes, but the part of what you just said is very, very important when it comes to relocating to another location, and especially when it comes to the women. You use the term non-negotiables. I want you to emphasize a little bit more in regards to that.
You have got to have your standards. You have got to say, hey, look, this is what I want, and if she doesn't have it, I'm not going to deal with it. And hey, that's just the way things are. You have got to state what's important to you. I'll just say to you guys right straight up, this is one of my non-negotiables. She has to want to have children, not be willing to have children, but to want to have children. She should have baby rabies, as far as I'm concerned. If she doesn't have baby rabies, if she's not going around talking about kids, really wanting kids, out. I won't even deal with her. If she says, for example, maybe I want kids, or it depends, out, gone. I'm not talking to you. Nope, I am not dealing with that at all. So this is one of the first things I look at. It's like, no. So you have to do that at the same time, guys. When you're out there dating, you have to know what your non-negotiables are. And you don't necessarily have to bring them to the table, but you have to be evaluating. And you can't negotiate. You can't compromise on your non-negotiables. It will not work.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Good point,
So let's
Theo.
go ahead. Let's go ahead and put these in here. Let's go ahead and hit return. And fortunately, okay. Now it's going to go through and give some more information here. And it's saying here, Horn of Africa, okay, the Philippines, all right, it's changing the countries here. Okay, so this is good. Conservative traditional parts of Latin America. Here we go. Colombia, Venezuela, Paraguay, Peru, Mexico. Here we have rural and traditional families. This is good. Okay. So I was giving this information. We've got Colombia and Venezuela. This is good. I like this. And it's saying why it's important. Okay. It's giving the breakdown. As you notice here, some parts of Latin America, you notice that Brazil just disappeared.
Yeah.
Poof. Gone. Okay. The Horn of Africa, these countries are still there. They've been consistent. They've just been there every single time. Okay, good.
Before you go any further, I want to say something. A lot of times I find that some of us guys, and I want you guys to hear me out. I'm going to solo me for a second. And I've done consultations with enough of you guys to know this. Some of you guys choose Brazil, parts of Africa, and even parts of Colombia because of your blackness and the relation to blackness. Stop doing that. Stop choosing Brazil because of the amount or the connection to blackness. Everybody that's your skin folk ain't your kin folk. If you think that you're going to be successful with choosing a country just because of your complexion, I promise you, there are very, very few brothers and or passport sisters that I see that are successful when it comes to in their country or finding their back cave, in other words, by way of using your skin as your choice. I choose Brazil because it has this many black people, or I choose Colombia because it has Afro-Colombians, or I choose Africa because of the 54 countries of Africa. Dudes, it's important, but it's not as important as a lot of us are making. And I promise you, I have not conversed with, consulted, hung out with any of the successful relationships that and we got an episode coming up for the month of December. And I'm going to be doing a panel of guys that are in successful relationships around the world. And brothers, none of these guys were successful because of their complexion. Mm-hmm. I just want to put that out there when it comes to Brazil and how it fell off, even though the ChatGPT knew Theo's race, knew Theo's economics, knew what Theo's game plan was, and yet it took Brazil off the table. Mm-hmm. That's on purpose. And some of you guys have to become comfortable with the fact that you were programmed in the States to think of your race first. Your race is important. So I'm not saying take your race off the table, because I know how some of you guys will think, well, Andre said, don't worry about race. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is don't put it first on the table. Have it on the table. Yes, that's important. Your race, your connection to your own people and culture and background, but don't make it number one, because you'll make a mistake of thinking that because Brazil or another country full of black people is a country that you can relate to. And some of you guys go to Brazil and guess where? You end up in Colombia or Thailand or the Philippines in the long run. And I just wanted to share that, Theo. I got a super chat I want to hit real quick, and then we're going to come back to you, brother. Shout out to Tevin King, Avengers Assemble himself. He says, Theo's sensei is right, guys. He say, need to become considerate about the women. You say they always or are they allowed to be around them and learn to level up in the dating market? That is so true. That is so true for many of us when it comes to international women. He said, P.S. As of last week, Colombia will now allow foreigners to. A lot of guys don't know that. Tevin, a lot of guys don't know that. Before we go back to Theo, I want to mention that real quick. You guys that are qualified of the type of women that Theo is talking about, upper middle class or upper class women, you might want to have to go after those. Why? In Colombia, there are two rules that a lot of guys keep forgetting about: the common law rule, as well as the new, which Kevin is talking about, the baby mama rule. If you keep dating baby mamas, and if Colombia can prove that you were financially, emotionally, socially providing for that child, you will have to pay child support in Colombia. Now, hear me out, guys. For all you guys that think you can run back to the States, Colombia Embassy has a connection with the child support agencies in the United States. So if you think that you can run back to the States, once Colombia has confirmed that you was a father figure to that child in Colombia, and you think you can run back to the States if you had a Colombian kid, or if you were a Colombian stepdad, or you were the boyfriend of a Colombian woman that has a child, the laws have changed. He's absolutely correct. I was going to kind of wait and talk about it, but since my man Tevin brought it up, I'm going to go ahead and talk about it now. If you guys keep messing with these baby mamas in Colombia long enough, even when you go back to the States, you'll get a letter in the mail or some type of email saying that you are going to have to start paying child support in Colombia. A, even though that's not your child. B, even though you don't have a visa. C, even though you're not a citizen of Colombia. I've been telling y'all for years, leave these baby mamas alone, but y'all think it's a game. Most women don't have kids throughout Colombia. A lot do, but there are a lot of women that are like Andrea that you can date that don't have kids. And he's correct. Not Andrea, but Colombia changed. They did last week. He's 100% correct. Last week, Colombia changed the laws when it came to if you hang around with or date a baby mama, your ass gonna end up paying child support. The other one that I mentioned, number one, remember I said it was two. Number one in Colombia is common law. Colombia is a common law country. That's why most women and men aren't married in Colombia. Colombia has a 20% marriage rate. Why? Common law. What do I mean by that? If you have a woman that lives with you for 2 years in Colombia, she has all the rights of a wife. You ain't got to marry her. She gets almost, let me put it like this, almost the same rights of a wife. So all you do that's shacking up with a chick for 2 years in Colombia, go ahead and do it. Because your ass gonna end up, if you leave her, she got the same rights of a woman that's filing for a divorce that could come to you and say, while he was with me, he made this money, that money, and that money. Therefore, I deserve 50%, because that's Colombia, 50% of what he made inside of the time period I was living with him. And he has a that's Colombia. That's Colombia is common law country for guys that don't know. But let me go ahead and go back to our brother Theo in regards to this, because like I said, we got videos coming down the turnpike in regards to this in the next few weeks. But also we got videos that we're going to be watching tonight with our brother Theo. But I want Theo to continue on with the topic that he's talking about. Shout out to brother Tevin King that brought this to light. But I knew about that a lot of guys did not know about. And there are a lot of countries that are setting it up to where you cannot just have a baby or hang out with a woman. Yeah, it sounds like BS. But y'all want to come down here and mess with baby mamas. Y'all want to go ahead. Go ahead. Go to the Philippines, mess with baby mamas. See, this is what y'all don't take consideration. My apologies, Theo. This is what you guys do not take into consideration. The more that we as men, not black men, not white men, not Asian men, just men, travel the world and are relocating, do you notice that they are kind of like tweaking the rules compared to when it was just military dudes traveling, compared to when it was just a few expats like Theo back in the day travel, or like Gary back in the day. Shout out to Gary Mad Max traveling back in the day, with Peace Corps. We're traveling in masses now, guys, from Canada, UK, and the United States. Rules have to be adjusted to adjust to how many of us are traveling. I know y'all don't like it, but rules have to change. Oh, that's BS. I don't care what you say. Since you don't want to see, here's the part. Since you want to hang out with baby mamas, these governments gonna make money off of you hanging out with baby mamas. Since you want to create baby mamas, these governments are going to make money off of you creating baby mamas. Since you like to be around bottom feeders, these governments are creating abilities to make money off the fact that you like to hang out with bottom feeders. So while you saying BS, many of us need to look in the mirror, because we're creating the BS situations to where these governments around the world are adjusting their laws for us expats that have money. And this is why we're doing this live stream with our brother Theo, because Theo is trying to show you guys, like, listen, you don't have to get caught up in anything that Andre is talking about. You ain't got to deal with none of that if you follow the blueprint that Theo is laying down. Let me get to one more Cash App. Super Chat, and I haven't even hit the Cash Apps yet. Shout out to you guys over on Cash App and PayPal. And my brother Kofa in the building. He says this. He said, I'm loving it all. He said, write the prompts as we go. Yes, sir. Make sure Theo drops the prompts. He said, can't wait to sit down and work this out for myself and my son. Yes, sir. Shout out to Kofa. Yes, sir, Kofa. Yes, sir. Now let's get back to our brother Theo in regards to what he was discussing with us.
All right. So now I scroll down a little bit more down to the bottom, and it gives, at this point, it's giving a typical demographic profile of the woman most likely to marry this person, which is going to be important. So again, one of the things gives me right here. If you notice here, again, Brazil is gone, which is interesting, but also all of those Western countries are also gone, which is very interesting. So she's going to be 28 to 34 years old, typical height, up to 177 meters. But look at the big thing right here. She most likely has a bachelor's or a master's degree.
Say it with me.
Mm-hmm. So this is the kind of woman that I should be going for. I like how they put this. Common fields, STEM, education, health sciences, international business, linguistics, psychology. Right? Very interesting. Now, I want to say to you guys, a lot of you guys who avoid women who are educated abroad, you're nuts. You need to gravitate towards the women who are educated abroad. Basically, your requirement, if she doesn't have a bachelor's, you don't date her abroad. If she doesn't have a job, you don't date her. Straight up.
Say it again, Theo.
Straight up.
A lot of guys think that you're just talking to talk.
If she doesn't have a bachelor's degree, you don't date her. And if she doesn't have a job, you don't date her. That's it. That's one of the just straight out one of the first things. When I go abroad, I don't even, well, except for Thailand, I don't even deal with women who don't have university degrees. I did that with Thailand because I was crazy, but the women who I were dating were university students, right? But they hadn't finished yet. But that's another thing. So when I go abroad, I mean, I might meet a beautiful woman. One thing I'll talk to her about is her university degree or what she did in university and see what her answer is. She doesn't give me an answer. I know I'm not going to talk to her. And also, guys, I talk to her during the day, not at night. I usually go to a cafe or someplace to have lunch. I don't take her to a bar.
Why do you think that's the difference?
Because the beautiful bottom feeders are out at night. But if you go to lunch, you're probably going to her lunch hour. So it has limited time. She knows she has to get back to work. And with that, you can actually ask, what about your work? And she'll talk about it freely. Now you know she has a job. Okay?
No, but go ahead, Theo.
It doesn't have to be a big, high level. We're not asking about her income. You need to at least know that she's employed.
In something. Now, let's say the person that you're with is not, and I'm just talking to guys in general. This is important. Let's say the person that you're with, you're in love with, that she does not have a degree, but she has qualities that she brings as a homekeeper. I'm going to say this again. This is very important. She brings qualities as a homekeeper. That's if they had a degree, in other words, if there was such thing right now, because back in my day it was, but right now there isn't. If there was such thing as having a degree in home economics, you know that your girls will have your girl who you're with will have a master's in taking care of the family, a master's in taking care of economics around the house, a master's when it comes to making sure that the children are right. That's one group of women. So you may not have a woman that has a degree, but you may have a woman that she has a master-ish type of mentality when it comes to taking care of the home, and you might have the degree. But here's the problem that Theo and I are saying. You guys try to equate the women that are beautiful, sexy, gorgeous, bottom feeders, and we say that on purpose in other countries, as if they're the ones that could take care of the family while you take care of your part of the family. It's not the same. You guys make the mistake of thinking if you come to Colombia, if you go to Brazil, and you got a sexy, beautiful bottom feeder from the Philippines or Thailand, that's equal to some of the quality women that could take care of home on another level. No, that's not the same. So you have to be, if you don't get a woman that is job oriented, or if you don't get a woman that is has a degree, does her behavior for the household, is her behavior equivalent to as if there was a degree for what she does? Would it be a master's when it comes to taking care of the house? If that woman's behavior is not equivalent to a master's, or if you don't have a woman that has a degree, has a job and or career in another country, most of you dudes are dealing with beautiful, gorgeous, sexy bottom feeders. And you think that she's going to change, and she's not.
No, she's not.
That's what Theo and I point is. So we're not just saying, hey, she only could be with me if she has this. We're not coming like that. But what we're saying is, if she doesn't have a bachelor's and she doesn't have a master's, her behavior in the household, as far as being a housewife, is equivalent to being a woman that mastered household or domestic abilities. She's the last person to cheat. She's always making sure that the income in the house is balanced. She's always making sure of this or that or this. Andrea drives, I kid you not to, before we go any further, I'm going to shut this down before I shut up. Andrea, just for example, Andrea has her bachelor's degree. She'll be finishing off her master's next year. Andrea still gets up and drive an hour to go pick up my high blood pressure pills on the other side of the city, whether they have them or not, and then drive an hour through the traffic back. That's because she has more than one master's degree and more than one degree. She has the economic degree, but then she also has the degree in behavior. So if Andrea didn't have any degrees, she will still get up and master the art of taking care of her man. You guys have to realize that if you're gonna be with beautiful bottom feeders, so be it. But you better hope that there's at least a beautiful bottom feeder can make it to go pick up your medication as you get older. Yes, ma'am. You got yes, ma'am. We over here bragging about you.
I think that another point that guys need to see here is if you think that she has that education in the house, you need to go get like institution verification, which means you need to go see her mother and father and how they operate. And
True.
if you guys at least are not looking at her mother, I guarantee you're looking at her other assets more than her actual performance. Just saying. So verify it, guys. Be careful on it.
That's true. That's true. Thank you, sexy boo. Thank you, Theo.
Okay. So
I'm listening to both of you guys at the same time.
Okay, so let's look at the region where she's most likely living now. This is what I got right here. So again, regions where she's most likely living now, ranked by combined sustainability, education, culture, divorce rates, compatibility. The first one is Singapore. Now, I won't do Singapore. I know myself. I've been there. I know it's there. Singapore is ruled out, but I know it. Japan, not surprised at all. That's where I was before. That's my ultimate temptation to return. All right. Next one, South Korea. I was like, wow. So it's saying basically my other factors of my personality are higher than my race, which some degree that'll work, but I don't know how that, well, that might work in South Korea, might not. I'm like, but I know it'll work definitely with Poland, 100%. This will be true with Poland. I had never thought about Poland, to be honest. I was always kind of like 50-50 on it. Like, or just kind of thinking about it. It's like maybe Germany is more likely. This is putting Poland right there. Taiwan, next. The big surprise for me was Colombia. Got Bogota, Medellin, upper middle class. Very surprised to actually have this entry. Again, upper middle class. See, guys, not the beautiful bottom feeders. Then the DR, educated class. I won't touch the DR. I'll personally remove this. Ghana and Kenya. There we go. All right.
Good point.
So we have some countries here which are now being suggested. The big things here is, of course, Western women have all been removed. Think about it. All 100%. I just put in my preferences. Next point. You notice that a lot of these countries are passport destination countries. So one of the things I want to say is we choose these countries because of our values. You notice I didn't say what the income of the women are. I didn't say what my nationality was.
True.
Right? I just said I just had to do an analysis of my ethnicity and said, where should I go? Basically, and these are my non-negotiables. And this is how much money I'm making. Boom. These countries come up. All right? I want you to think guys, I want you to really think about that. All right? And it says, well, it gives me a summary of my most likely ethnicity. Okay? And what it asks here at this point is it's saying, what do you want me to do? Right? Do you want me to create a full compatibility matrix? Right, it's giving me some options. So I went ahead and said, okay, cool, can you create a full compatibility matrix? I want all of this. Produce a match probability chart and create a dating strategy or mitigation plan. Migration plan. So ChatGPT will give you options, and then you have to say what you want. Now, at this point, you guys, you wouldn't use, prompt engineering. You're just choosing the options it's giving you. It's very easy. Okay, so it's giving me full compatibility matrix, right? This is some really good information, and I can use this matrix. The matrix going to be down here, okay? But it also gives me the compatibility matrix, right? So in East Asia, It's saying my top match is Singapore, and my second top is Japan. In Eastern and Central Europe, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia. I thought this was interesting because if you know me in class, you know that I usually go for Russian, Ukrainian women. It's saying no, go for these women instead. Interesting. I had to take this personally and take a time to think about it. Like, why? Right? But this is where Poland is very, very high. And look at us here. Poland, openness to foreign men, high, right? Divorce rates, low. Look, education, high. Sexual culture, moderate. Good. So this is, I don't have such a problem here. But if we go here to Latin America, right? The number one is Colombia. Upper middle class, divorce rate, moderate. Education, high. Sexual cultural, moderate. We're going to go through refinement in just a second. Openness to foreign men, very high. Christian fit, very high. Got an 8.3. I'll take it. I like it. All right. And then, of course, we have here Africa. Oh, Brazil came up here for some reason, but it's at 7.4. I don't even touch 7.0. If it's not 8 and above, I'm not even touching it.
Right.
Okay, so we have here Africa, right? And then Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria. Again, with Ghana, low divorce rate, high education, sexual culture, conservative, openness to foreign men, high, Christian fit, very high. So we got 8.4 here. Right. And then got Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, not surprised with these. The best country fit here is 8.6. Again, I've definitely dated in the Philippines. I'll definitely tell you this information is very accurate. Okay. So here, let's go to the next one. This is what I copied for you. Match probability chart. Here is a global weighted probability estimate of where a stable long-term partner for this match is most likely to come from. Okay. So the maximum value is 100. It's just giving you. It's not saying it's actually going to be, for example, 11% likelihood. It's just a weighted probability. That's all.
And before you go any further, Theo, I noticed you've yet to put in where you're from in ChatGPT. This is important, guys. The reason why I want to say this, Theo, not one point in time said, well, I'm African American or from America. So some of you guys are wondering, is he basing this off of if he's American? So all you guys in Canada, all you brothers that are in the Netherlands, all you brothers that are in Africa, or no matter where you are as a black man, if he put in the prompts to validate who he was as a black man. He put in the prompts to validate his economic structure. Mm-hmm. And so basically, and he put in the prompts what he was looking for in a country and or the women. So everything that we're seeing now, guys, is I want to just kind of mention that real quick again, is not based off the fact that, well, this is American man, and so the women going to accept him because he's American.
Right.
No. These stats that we're looking at is based off of a black man of a certain economic stature that's looking for a certain country and a certain type of women in a country. I just wanted to let you guys know about that. And shout out to my brother in the building, my brother MABE in the building. Yes, sir. All them Navy boys, stand up. Glad that you're here, brother, this evening with the $20 chat. He said salute to OG Dre, Theo, and the chat. Glad that you're here, brother. Glad to see that you're here, man. Shout out to you Navy brothers.
So when I'm abroad, guys, I never say that I'm American when I start talking to women. Never. That's it. It'll happen later on. They'll actually ask about it, but I never lead with that. I don't lead with money or nationality. It's a very bad thing to do. I just go in there and talk about have my personality. I ask them about their life. I have them ask me for information. I say, tell me about your life. Tell me what you're doing here. That's it. I don't tell them what city I live in. I don't tell them my hotel is. None of the information. I just talk. Especially if I use my dogs as a prompt, okay, or as bait. So if the dogs are being used, it's only a conversation about the dogs. We don't talk about my nationality at all. It never comes up. It's very important. So guys, never do that. If Western women are talking again, like Dre said, it's like, oh, American, blah, blah, money, blah, blah. Those women are lost. Don't even listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about.
Facts.
All right. So let's look at the global match probability here. Okay. So the first one is Singapore, 15%. Again, I ruled out Singapore. I've been there, not even going to touch it. But I would love to do it, but it's just not going to happen. So I'm not doing that. Poland, 13%. Christian culture, high compatibility, strong attraction towards high-income Western men. Huh, okay, that will work. Next one, Japan. Low divorce, traditional values, stable marriages. I will agree with that. You can't go wrong with Japan. But 1 percentage point lower and definitely more accessible is Colombia. And this is upper middle class. Again, the key term here is upper middle class. You guys stop thinking about the bottom feeders. Stop thinking about Cartagena. Stop thinking about, the easy chick who never has a job but always has a drink ready for you. Okay? So, Christian, warm culture, very open to interracial relationships. That works. So ChatGPT is giving you options here. Next one's Taiwan, Philippines, Ghana, South Korea, Romania. So we were talking about some ranking. I just have to sit here and say, okay, well, Singapore's out. I'm not even going to consider that. Poland, wow, never thought about that really. Not to this degree. I have to be more serious about Poland. Now, Japan, already been there. I'm fluent in Japanese. It's tempting. Probably not. Okay? Then, my big surprise was Colombia. I was stunned that Colombia made it this far, that it's still here. So I was like, okay. I have to take Colombia more seriously now, because this is where the data is leading me towards. I can't play around with it. I actually notice here, Brazil isn't here. Again, these 10 regions account together for 95% of the global compatibility probability for this specific profile. Brazil isn't there. So that was very simple for me. I knocked out Brazil in my mind. Brazil was annihilated. So is Thailand. Notice those two countries are gone. And before, if you know me in class, I was always going back and forth between these countries. The data is saying, don't even think about it. It's basically saying, hey, look, Colombia is right there. Why not take a flight over? Houston to Medellin, you're done.
Especially if you're a pet owner. If you're a pet owner in Colombia, goodness gracious, man. The win when you are a pet owner, especially a dog owner in Colombia, we got dog parks and dog locations in the mall. I have never seen a dog park in the mall in the States, in all the countries I've gone to. In Colombia, bruh, they bring their pets to the dog parks that are in the malls. Shout out to you. And my man Leonard Skin said this thing. He has a question. He says, "So what do you say when they ask where you're from? Do you just deflect?"
So this is where it's very important for you to actually be able to speak their language, because you can have fun with this. When they always, again, like in Japan, I'll give you an example. They say "Doko kara kimashita," which is where are you from. I always say "Mokusei," which is Jupiter. Okay, when I say "Mokuseijin da yo ne," "Mokuseijin da yo ne," which means I'm a Jupiterian. So now they don't know what to do, because I'm saying I'm from Jupiter in their own language. And then I say, I'm not a foreigner, I am an alien. Like literally, I am an alien. And there's a way to say this in Japanese, which is really funny with a pun on the words. And they don't know what to do, because you are saying that you are an alien from another planet sitting there, and you're saying this in their own language. They stopped talking about nationality after that. It's gone. I love it. It's always what I've done in another language. I always say I'm from another planet.
There you go. Good answer.
Yeah.
Really
it works. Yep. So you got to take it, guys. I would say no. So I'm looking at what David is saying. Guys, don't use Google Translator. actually know how to say it, be able to look the girl right in her eye. You got to get the vibe. You got to get the timing done right. This is basic ideas in pickup. You got to be able to go. You got to be smooth with it. If you're smooth with it, you're just talking about, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is who I am. You got it. If you're actually talking to a phone, what you're just saying is that you are a foreigner. You're just verifying it. You're a foreigner. You're speaking in English. She's hearing English from you, right? Not everyone could do that. Then go learn. Go learn how to do it. Now you know I teach. I know I don't play around. Right. I'm from South Side of Chicago. Don't play with me.
Right. You
Right.
know what the part is, Theo, is like Esco said, and it is just belief. This is just belief. I'm going to say this again. This is just belief, and you're going to know why I'm saying this. A lot of people believe, since the invention of technology over the last 20 years, they don't think about the 4,000, 6,000, 12,000, 100,000 years that we walked the planet with languages. Everybody can't do that, Theo. Even though everybody has done it for thousands of years, many empires have been able, kings that didn't know the language of the other king have done it for years, because our little, civilization of modern age, since we've got technology, we can't do it. We can't be patient enough, Theo, to learn a language. We don't have the brain capacity. The Neanderthals could do it, but not us. What do you have to say to that, Theo? I want to hear what you have to say in regards to guys that actually think, because the reason why I say this to you, of all people, and shout out to my man Dave, who's out there in Indiana. You guys were traveling in the 90s when there was no such thing. And all of you guys that are ex-military, you were traveling when there was no such thing as ChatGPT, and you were smashing women in any country you decided to smash women. Some of you guys, all the way back, we know in World War II, that black men and white men were falling in love with women in Italy and Spain after World War I and World War II, and were in solidified relationships. And there was no such thing as a Chat GPT or Google Translate. And these brothers were still being able to fall in love. What do you say to these men that say, I can't do it without Chat GPT? Or in other words, not Chat GPT, but I can't do it without Google Translate. What do you say to these men?
I say to you, get out of it what you put into it. And if you're not putting the effort into it, the more likely is you're going to go for a beautiful bottom feeder. If you are actually going for getting the language and you're putting the time, you're most likely going to get that upper middle class educated woman who is actually lonely and nerd and would really appreciate you putting in some effort. That's what I say. This is why I always date upper middle class women, because I can speak their language. I can make jokes in their language. It's, man, you have no idea. You make a joke in their language, they become putty. It's very easy. It's a simple thing. Why would you ever use Google Translate? No. It's like, okay, if you're going to put in that low effort, go to Las Vegas. At least you can get cleaned up there. You got lawyers. You're fine. That's where you go for that. But if you're going to be serious, if we're talking about moving to another country and actually integrating and actually going for this and putting some time into it and being a passport bro, you need to learn the language. It's not hard. It's easy.
He says this before we go any further. He said, why minimize the comment, Ray? He said, no, I'm not minimizing it. I'm actually, he said, we were talking about getting the level of fluency and accent mastery to fool the women into thinking that you are anything. No, actually, that's not what
that's not what I said, Esco. I said I was from another planet. I didn't even. Not even another
And
country. I said I'm from another planet. Yeah. I said I was from Jupiter. That's what I always say. I'm from Jupiter. Right? That's another country. That's another planet. So I don't even talk about nationality. If she keeps on persisting, I keep on saying I'm from another planet. I keep on saying I'm an alien. I don't volunteer the information. This is a key point you need to listen to. It's a part of my game plan when I'm abroad. You don't need to be fluent in another language to say that you're from another planet. Right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
He said, shout out to Zeta being in the building. Zeta says this before we go any further. He said, exactly why I use it. You never learn the language fluently. That's stupid technology, and it's making you learn the easy way, but you can't remember off brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's, guys, just to let you guys know, in regards to your boy Dre, I often tell you guys my Spanish is trash, but think about what your boy has been able to accomplish with the bits and pieces of Spanish that I picked up. I'm honest about everything. I probably use Google Translate maybe 10% of the time. Maybe every blue moon, either the waitress pulls out Google Translate, or I'll put, that's every blue moon. Because I like what the one brother said, that muscle memory of the language that you start to pick up not only the technical language, and I know Theo can attest to this, but you also start to pick up the slang of that country because you're not using Google Translate. So I pick up Colombian, not only Colombian basic Espanol, but I also pick up the slang of the language to where I'm not speaking it so proper, because I have classes which are great to take your classes. But I kid you not, if I'm willing to tell you that I've been in this country for 10 years, I'm almost a decade, and I can tell you that mine is still trash, and I can still, hey babe, I kid you not, y'all ready? Here we go. The only time that Andrea needs to translate for me is in an emergency or medical. Like if I go to a doctor's appointment and it is a medical situation and I don't understand certain medications in Spanish, that's Andrea. If it's an emergency, I got in an accident, boom, I bump, somebody bumped the truck, or I bump somebody and it's an emergency. And so I give Andrea the phone to talk to the police, right? That's the only time. If y'all ever wonder, when I go out and I'm going out dancing and I'm having a good time and I'm just conversing while I got somebody on the dance floor, bruh, no. And you talking to a brother whose Spanish currently is trash. And yet I've met families around the world in Spanish. I've met males, females, politicians, doctors, lawyers. Why? Just like the brother said, muscle memory. And it's just like what Theo said, people appreciate your effort. And a lot of you guys lose out when it comes to effort. That's why you guys are saying, well, I need my Google Translate. It's my friend, and that's how I do it. Many of us started with that and toyed with that, but I kind of look at the guys that who are around walking the planet for hundreds of thousands of years, or at least thousands of years, and there was no such thing as Google Translate. How did they walk the planet from country to country? All those tradesmen that traded gold and silver and frankincense and myrrh and incense with all these different countries of all these different languages. And there was no such thing as Google Translate, and they were still translating with one another and making money. How did they do this? How did these countries were able to translate money with each other back and forth? And there was no such thing as a Google Translate. And it wasn't like, well, everybody had a translator. not everybody had a translator. There were people that had muscle memory to learn the languages. Just like Theo, just like a bunch of other Colombians that you meet when you meet here, and they know English just as much as you do. They'll tell you, I was just watching this today, Theo. A guy said, I'm a multimillionaire in the United States. He said, I became a millionaire before the age of 28. I just watched it tonight. He said, I came here, I didn't know any English. He said, because I didn't know English, I was a dishwasher. Check it out, Theo. He said, while I was a dishwasher, I watched Sesame Street. I learned English. So when I wasn't washing dishes because I didn't know English, he said I was watching Sesame Street on my breaks, and I learned English. From there, I took the English that I learned in the drive that I had. I didn't use Google Translate. I used Sesame Street. You see what I'm saying? There are people that come to our country and they don't use Google Translate and they become successful. But we think, well, I don't have the brain capacity to be successful. And I need that coochie from that woman tonight, Theo. I don't need to learn tomorrow. I need that coochie tonight. And I'm going to use Google Translate to get that coochie tonight. And most of the women that you get using Google Translate and that I got, I'm going to say this again, I got from using Google Translate were nothing but the beautiful bottom feeders, not the type of ladies that Theo is talking about tonight. Quality women. I didn't get the quality women until I started picking up at least some form of Espanol. And that goes for any country. Because if I was in Poland, you better believe I know at least enough Polish to be able to relate to the ladies, and I wouldn't be using Google Translate. Let me hit to the super chat, Theo, and we're going to get back to what you were saying, brother. Shout out to Zeta. Yep. Zeta says this. One thing of the best ways of learning the language is to join truth. Zeta, shout out to you, brother, is to join language groups of native or fluent speakers. It's tough, but not impossible. These locals will appreciate when you put in the effort to learn and to speak it. Absolutely correct. He is 100% correct. 100% correct. Even from my first trip to Colombia all the way until now, I got more women based off of appreciation of me putting in the effort compared to just pulling out my phone and saying, hey, translate it. Kid,
I never used the phone. I always spoke.
I know. And that's why I said that. Go ahead, Theo. I'm sorry.
It wasn't hard. All you have to do is do some like 20, 30 hours of language study. You got something at least. You can start doing something with it. You can always have fun. It's not going to be hard at all. I know for myself, actually, when I was using my dogs as a prompt, one of the things I would say, for example, in Japanese, I would say mokusei-jin and then mokusei-ken. And so I would just change one letter in that expression. So mokusei-jin is Jupiterian, and then mokusei-ken means a dog from Jupiter. But it's hilarious. See, I'm actually showing some degree of knowledge of the language, and I'm making a joke at the same time. They're not going to talk about my nationality then. I'm keeping them solidly in their own language. So that's great. Again, you don't lead with money and you don't lead with nationality. You don't use either one of those. Yeah. Also, you don't use being black either. Just talk. That's it. Be funny. They know what you are. You got that smile, you got that skin tone, you got your height. All you got to do is sit there and make a little jokes. Poof, done. Over. You got that second date. Not even a question.
So true. I like what David Dice said before we go back to what you were presenting, Theo. David says this. He says, I actually use my hands he said, if I don't know the language fully. A lot of people don't know that and I have to agree with him. I'll tell you what he means. A lot of people don't know statistically, 85% of communication is nonverbal. Most of the time we communicate with facial expressions, with body language, hand gestures. 85%. You guys don't even realize this. Why you're so nervous, 85% of what you've ever said to any woman in the United States or Canada or any English speaking language, did you know that 85% of what you had to say was nonverbal? With your facial expressions, it's not what you said, is how you say your tones. That's another nonverbal. Your facial expressions, your hand gestures, your body language. How some people sit back and have their arms folded when they're talking, or some people just sling their arms around. All the nonverbal. You see how I talk with my hand? All the nonverbal cues. Statistics show 85% of what you've ever said to your mama, your cousins, your aunties, your girlfriends in the United States or Canada, any woman you have ever smashed in the United States, 85% of what you had to say to her was nonverbal anyway. So why do you guys think that you go into other countries and your nonverbal cues don't work? Any coochie you got from high school, junior high school, college, 85% of what you had to say to convince her to open her legs. Any business deals that you've made, anytime you were in the church, the mosque, or the temple, 85% of what you had to say as a human being to another human being in the United States or Canada or UK was non-verbal. That's why I don't let you guys get away with the fact that you're talking about, I can't learn the language. It's hard, blah, 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 blah. I don't give you guys any break, because if I can sit back and survive for almost a decade in a country and I haven't mastered the language, but I got enough sense to know that 85% of what I got to say to Colombians are nonverbal anyway, what makes you think that you can't go to Japan and be in solidified relationships like Theo and all the other guys that we watch on videos that have good relationships in Japan? All these Nigerian brothers and all these African of descent brothers, in other words, that are going to Japan, and they are in excellent relationships. And I don't think Nigerian languages are the exact same thing as the Japanese language, but somehow, some way, these guys are picking up enough Japanese and nonverbal communication to get the Japanese women to build solidified relationships.
Yep, there's guys who actually have that in other countries. I've actually seen it, and they do. I've seen other nationalities do that. It actually works. I actually work with it. For me personally, no, I did language mastery, and it was just. But I was dating a certain caliber of woman. What can I say? Right?
There you go.
Just the way it is. It's not hard. It's kind of a fun thing to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this real quick. Let's keep on going down. Now, I like this. Dating strategy and migration plans. Here's a strategic, realistic plan for maximizing relationship success based on your preference and global trends. Okay, look at what it's giving it to you. So it gives you these best regions, okay, and it gives you the reasons why, and then choose regions which are easier for foreigners to date in. Again, look, Singapore, Colombia, Poland, Philippines. I am surprised Colombia is so high. I didn't know that. I didn't think it would be so high. It's there. Another one I didn't know, Poland. I never would have thought Poland would be this high. No way. I really thought Germany would be higher on the list at this point. It's not. I'm surprised. So there you go. Next one. Decide what lifestyle you want. Urban, suburban, conservative, cosmopolitan. And again, it says if you want certain things here. If you want Christian and traditional family values, Poland, Philippines, Ghana, and Colombia, right? And again, modern cosmopolitan, I really don't care about this anymore, to be honest with you. And if you got quiet, peaceful, low conflict relationship, Japan, Taiwan. Okay, so and I think your relationship with Andrea's peaceful enough. You look pretty happy over there, Andre. So I don't think it's that bad. So,
right.
right. So again,
she purchased up my drink.
I know nobody gives me a drink. So step 4, migration and dating plan practical, and then it actually gives you a plan for actually how you would go there. Now I said my plan was 2 years. You can shorten it or lengthen it. You can put that value in there. So I said, again, it says online screening, join platforms that match educated people and gives you these platforms. And then filter for Christian, no children, degree holding, relationship oriented. Okay? That's really important. So one of the things that you're going to have to do when you do your query, one of the things you need to do with your query also is say no single mothers. I forgot that. But make sure you put that in your query. It's going to be a key point. Okay? Next one, travel-based selection. Visit 2 or 3 countries from your trip. So in my situation, this would be Poland and Colombia. All right? I actually had another conversation with ChatGPT.
Don't let this slide by. Don't let this slide by.
What?
On the list of countries that Theo was mentioning that relates to him. Now, when you guys do this with the prompts that Theo put in, and if you don't mind, Theo, in a little while, could you re-drop those prompts for the guys that weren't here?
Sure.
For the guys that are coming in, the countries that Theo that the prompt said that Theo should relate to women, you need to visit. It's one thing to have a whole list of countries to go to, but if you don't go to the countries to at least visit, you won't understand why ChatGPT truly chose that country for you.
So for me, I was surprised about Poland very much. Right. And then, of course, Colombia. So what I did is I made another conversation with ChatGPT regarding how to go to Poland and make an entire plan just for Poland. Poland's really necessary. So I was like, okay, we need to go to Poland, right? Next one, long-term compatibility checklist. Again, 1 or 2 years for a serious candidate. Meet her family. Discuss values around marriage, children, finances, religion. Check background. Okay? So it says this man is high income. Your screening matters. Guys, this is really important. Again, especially if you're coming from my class, you're making $150,000, $300,000 a year, something like that, you need to screen the woman intensely because you have something to lose in that marriage. So make sure you screen her. Again, most of you guys, you're thinking about how to get a beautiful bottom feeder. You're thinking about how to do the minimum. You're not screening. It's not working. Don't do that. And then consider relocating to a region with lower divorce rates. Okay? Perfect.
Good point.
And then marriage strategy. To avoid Western-style divorce risk, consider marrying in Singapore, Poland, Taiwan, Japan. Avoid marrying under U.S. divorce jurisdiction if possible.
Nice.
Great. Okay. So, best match region, Singapore overall list. Again, I told you I'm not going to go to, I know Singapore. I'm not going to do that. Or said that on the podcast. And then, next one, ethnicity is Polish, Colombian. Again, for Latinas, Colombian now is becoming the only one. Upper middle class. Says it again. It's a key term. Upper middle class. Filipina and then Ghana. Okay? Wonderful. So you guys have got to be thinking about this. So let's go to the next one. And I say, can you please describe a profile of the statistically ideal wife? Full description. Now, ChatGPT already gives you these options, so you just have to choose one. So in this case, all I'm doing is copying and pasting here.
Right.
So you need to follow ChatGPT. It'll give you an option. That's all I'm doing is option. Okay. Now, I'm asking for this, and it says this is not fantasy. It's built upon international demographic data, compatibility patterns, intercultural marriage statistics, and the man-specific stats. Okay? Core demographics. 28 to 33 years old. Again, women in this age range have completed higher education, formed stable values, lower probability of high body count, optimal biology and family planning windows, high compatibility for long-term sterile marriages. This is another thing. When I see you guys going abroad and you're dating like 40-year-old single mothers and you're talking about making a family too, I'm looking at you like, are you there, bro? Like, do you know what you're talking about? Because a 40-year-old woman who's a single mother isn't going to push another one out for you, but she'll definitely take your money.
Facts.
You'll be paying things. So why are you doing that? And guarantee you, she'll give you some amazing bedroom action so that you'll forget about making kids and you'll just think about satisfying her and paying her bills. That's it. So I don't know why you guys do that. Anyway, height, normal height. Body type. Okay, now this goes well along with me. You guys, we all have our body types, right? So mine is slim to average, matches cultural norms in Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, and Poland. Also aligns with middle upper class Colombian Philippines. So it's saying that the upper middle class Colombian ain't gonna have a BBL. Now, maybe yes, maybe no. I'm not in Colombia. I can't see with my own eyes. I mean, Andre can get better, but what are we? I mean, you know, the upper middle class nerds typically, how they look. I don't know how they look. I couldn't identify one. To be a lot hard for me to do. And then statistically more likely among women who prioritize health and appearance in conservative cultures. So there we got this. There we got that right now. So I mean, she's not gonna have the Keisha big booty there. Okay, well, unlikely. It might happen. We might not. It doesn't rule them out, but it's just unlikely. Okay, next one. Ethnicity and region. It goes our ethnicity and regions right through there. Okay, most likely specific regions. And it gives these regions again. These are good. Now, her educational level, master's or bachelor's or master's, business, education, health sciences, psychology, languages, international relations, computer science, engineering. Now, this is for me because I put that value in that I'm in STEM. So, for you, you're going to have a different. You need to say what education is and what you studied. Okay, guys. So. It could be anything you want. You can say you studied cloud. You can say you studied engineering. You can say that you studied business. You can say you studied sports. Whatever it is, just say this is what it is, okay? Next one. Personality traits. She is going to be family-oriented. She is going to be respectful and cooperative. She is going to be emotionally stable. You guys have got to remember this. If you're dealing with a woman who is trying to gaslight you, she's emotionally unavailable, she's up and down, you got to get rid of her. That's it. And even for you guys who are doing these quiches, if she is emotionally unstable, you probably have a beautiful bottom feeder who needs therapy. Remember this, guys. Okay? Low drama, low conflict, not promiscuous. The woman you want is not promiscuous. Remember this, guys, at all times. She's not promiscuous. Christian or respectful of Christian tradition, high loyalty, and long-term relationship orientation. Okay? She probably has a family where everybody in the family is married except for her, or her sisters are trying to get married. All right? You want to see a trend of marriage within the family. Again, practical, not excessively materialistic. Prefer stable, intelligent men with strong values. Guys, I'll say this to you guys. If she has a history of bad boys, fail. Straight out. If that's what she's wanting all the time, just get out of there. If she's sitting there and she's like, hey, look, I want a good guy. Like when I was in Russia, my girlfriend I had, Anna, she said specifically she wanted a good guy. She didn't want a bad guy. I asked her why, because she says bad guys have become single mother, and I don't want to be a single mother. Right? That's why she was with me, because she wouldn't be a single mother with me. Right? That's what you want. You want a woman who prefers stable, intelligent men. Boring nerds are wonderful. Okay, let's say we have a lot going for us. All right, and gives the countries next values and lifestyle, marriage and family values. Wants marriage before children. Do you guys hear that? Are you listening? Marry before you carry. That's what she's thinking about. Marry before you carry. If she's thinking about having a child before marriage, ooh boy. Okay, you're not going there. Who knows what you got? Next one, prefers long-term stability. Yes, she's calm. All right? If she's thinking about an emotional thrill, she's used to guys gaslighting her, she doesn't know what's going on, walk away. Say, hey, look, I think you're a single mother in training. I don't have time for you. I'm out.
Wow.
Okay, guys? All right. You don't even want to deal with it. You're done. It's not for you. Okay? Next, comfortable with a high-earning man who travels or works in tech. Comfortable. You see how that means comfortable? Not all women are able to be with you or are comfortable with you making so much money. I want to talk about this real quick. When I was married in Japan, I was making $10,000 a month minimum. That's why I originally got married. My wife couldn't handle that. She didn't know what to do. She had never made that much money before in her life. So I was making 4 times her salary. So when she saw that direct deposit, she's like, what are you going to do with all this money? And I told her, I'm going to have a great life with you. She's like, what? But she didn't know. It blew her mind away. 2 years later, I was earning 8 times her salary. And she had the same job. My salary had doubled. And she really didn't know what to do with it. So this is a big thing. That woman she should say, okay, you're making money, cool. She really shouldn't care how much you're making, right? She should be calm with it.
True.
Not a big thing.
True. And before you go any further, Theo, I'm going to piggyback off of 2 of your graduates that are making good money. Let me move this out of the way, bring you back down. There are 2 of Theo's graduates that I've met. One here, one in at the Conclave events. One was like, I need to talk to you, Dre. He said, I'm having a problem with my woman. I've graduated Theo's classes. He said, but here's the problem. My woman was with me when I was just a carpenter. You know who I'm talking about. When I was just a regular carpenter. Mm-hmm. And now that I'm making all this money, she's panicking. And she's panicking to the point of disturbing the relationship. Mm-hmm. He said, and he asked me, basically, what should I do? And he asked several of us older guys, what should I do? And we were basically saying, we were paraphrasing, but most of us were saying it's not going to last. And he was trying to work it out. He was like, listen, I just got a job offer. I'm making this amount of money. I'm the first person in my family to make this type of money, graduating from Theo's classes. And he said, listen, it just not working. Fast forward to Miami's Conclave. He's looking for a woman that can relate to the level of life that he's on. Even though he tried to make it work with the woman that was with him while he was in Theo's classes, once the brother got hired and was actually making that level of money, she couldn't relate. Let's talk about brother number 2. Came down here to Cali, Colombia a couple times. Met the woman of his dreams. Really sweetheart. She's a sweetheart. I've met her a couple times. Sweetheart. And even though she wasn't raised with that type of money, she was raised to be some more supportive, submissive, fit, feminine, very friendly. As soon as I walked into their place, I had a drink waiting for me. By the time I sat down, and this is his woman, this is one of Theo's graduates. that has graduated. He graduated from the earlier classes when Theo first started. He was one of the guys that was in Atlanta, and now they're married. They're married. They actually went from Cali, and they went to Miami. He asked her to marry him. Everything's working out great, and she understands and can relate to the fact that he's not going to always be in Colombia 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 12 months out of the year. And she's okay with that. Her mom and dad understand what he's doing. You see the difference between the two? One woman wasn't there while the guy was taking Theo's classes, but yet she jailed into it. The other woman from the States was there while the guy was taking Theo's classes, and she fell by the wayside. Once the guy graduated, started making the money. So Theo is absolutely correct in regards to what he's saying, because I've seen this. So when I say, guys, stay and watch this live stream, it may not be the most exciting one, but I'm telling you, I've seen what Theo is talking about tonight for myself. Go ahead, Theo.
You need to have the support. You just do. If she has to be able to chill out with it, not just the way it is. It shouldn't be an issue for her. She should be fun. Like, again, I'll give you an example. When I was dating my Filipina before, she didn't even care. She's basically like, "Oh, you're paying the bills, okay? Everything is cool. Let's have fun." Literally, like, let's have fun. So that's what we did. It was great. I was really happy with her. When I was with my woman from Ukraine, I'm a Ukrainian. Not a problem, right? She never really asked about how much money I was making. She never cared. So you guys have got to be. This has got to be a point for you. All right. So let's go to the next point. Suspects husband's career, supports husband careers, and respects ambition. Big one. Okay, particularly ambition. If you're ambitious and you're going out, you're trying to achieve something, you cannot have a woman who becomes a lock on your ankles. I've had this before. It was hard. You have got to have somebody who's supporting you and or at least getting out of the way while you're being ambitious. I mean, a bare minimum. But she should basically say, "Hey, look, here's your breakfast," or I believe in you. Go out and have a great day. Something very basic. That's all she needs to say. She shouldn't be sitting there arguing with you when you are ambitious trying to achieve more. I've had it. It's frustrating. It does damage, to the relationship. You don't want this, all right? And next, interested in building a peaceful household. Women, particularly Latinas, are great at doing this. You really want to have that peace at home. It's really necessary to do. Let's go to children. It says, varies regionally. Poland, Japan prefer 1 or 2 children. Colombia, Philippines, Ghana, often 2 to 3. I'm just telling you, I know the Philippines, particularly if she likes you, and paying the bills in the Philippines is really easy to do. Like $500 a month, you'd be surprised. Like you could basically support a family of 3 there with, particularly in the provinces, $500 a month, no problem. So if that Filipino likes you, you can have 4 or 5 kids with her really easily. I'm just saying, if you really want a big family, you could do it with a Filipino. So again, think about what you want, how your family is going to be. Next, again, Christian or secular, right? And then next one, secular, sexual history, lower lifetime partner count. And then again, it gives these countries where women are most likely to have a lower sexual count. And I definitely agree with these countries. Right? Enjoys compatibility, enjoys cooking, values peace, enjoys travel, prefers stability over chaos. Think about this, guys. Enjoy stability over chaos. That means there's no gaslighting. That means that she wants a quiet time with you. She wants to be held by you. She wants to whisper and talk to you. She's not trying to manipulate you in order to do something for her. That doesn't work. Okay? Let's go to the next one. Less likely to engage in heavy partying clubbing, or high-risk social behavior. Remember how Andre said he's talking about that Colombian girl who she said that she's like her social energy was off. Her reserves were down. She just exhausted socially, and she couldn't keep on going out. That's the kind of woman you want, right? It's like, hey, look, I've been out. I've talked with too many people outside.
Right.
I'm done. I need to go home. I need to recharge. Way it is.
Her social currency was used up. Yeah, she was like, listen, and her friend was like, well, what do you want to do? You don't want to go to the party with us? And she was like, no. And then, I mean, you could see the exhaustion on her face of her social currency done. And so a friend asked her, I remember some of you guys might remember this from a video that we watched a couple weeks ago. That's what we're talking about. And a friend asked the young lady, so you're not going to the party. What are you going to do? And she perked up when she said, movie night. I'm going to be at home and I'm going to be watching a movie in my robe or in my gown. And she was an attractive, cute young lady, but there are women out there that's like only have a certain amount of social currency to give to the world. Andrea's like that. And some of you guys have ladies in your country where her social currency is not like how many guys who are vacationers think. A lot of you guys think that a lot of these women in these countries are party can't I'm telling you, a lot of these women in these countries are like, listen, I can give you maybe 1 or 2 parties a month, but I can't do it like you do. You on vacation. And so he's absolutely correct. The social currency of a woman is important. Go ahead, Theo.
I agree. Yeah, I'm like that. I'm tired. I've got out too long. This is it. I'm gonna go home. That's it.
Yep.
I'm done.
Yep.
It's just good. Be realistic about this, guys. Okay, so likelihood of attraction to this man. Based on photos and provided profile, Afro-diaspora men with high social economic status are often receive high interest from Colombian, Dominican, Filipina, Ghanaian, Singaporean, Chinese, and some Polish women. I'll also say Japanese women.
Before you go any further, Theo, you said also Japanese women. Could you go back to that? You black men from the diaspora.
Yep.
I want you guys to hear what Theo was saying of the type of women that are interested in you. So I want to debunk this myth. Do they like black men? Let me let Theo restate what he just said.
I would say, guys, you have to remember who you are and change accordingly. You need to be properly socialized. And I talk about this in class a lot. If you start making like $150,000 a year, but you're mentally a pookie, you're going to have a hard time. You're going to go abroad and you're going to act like a pookie. You can't do that. So before you leave, you need to understand that you are middle class at least, and then you're upper middle class or like upper class globally. You need to understand that in your head before you get on the airplane. If you don't, this is not going to work. So Afro-diaspora men with high social economic status. This is Andre and myself. We have high social economic status. We often receive high interest from Colombian, Dominican, Filipina, Ghanaian, Singaporean Chinese, and some Polish women. I'm going to say additional, Japanese are right there. They're definitely going to be interested. The combination of height. Go ahead.
Before you go any further, let's give a shout out to our brother International Passport. Esco, okay, show him some love. Esco said, so are they checking for brothers? That's IP. Are they checking for brothers? In Japan, are they checking for brothers?
Yes, they are.
Shout out to brother IP. Yes, sir. I caught that, Esco. Let me let you continue on, Theo.
So the combination of height, education, and high income increases cross-cultural attraction significantly.
Yes.
His profession, AI, high tech, is respected in Singapore, Poland, Taiwan, and Japan. I will especially second that. That is definitely true. Guys, you guys, especially in my class, you're doing cloud, you're doing DevOps, you will be respected abroad. You are doing something very few people can do. You need to act like it. You need to act like you are somebody who's respected. This is a big thing. You know, in class, I really get on you about this. You got to be, hey, you got to know who you are. And abroad, like, again, you do that language, you got that DevOps going, you got the cloud, you know what you're doing, they're going to be impressed with that. All right? So you got to keep that going. You know, she's not going to understand what you're talking about anyway. If we start talking about Terraform, she'll be lost, but also she might be mesmerized. I'm just saying. Ooh, you're talking about something. Terraform apply this. Oh, good. Terraform apply it to me. Oh. So anyway.
Boom, boom.
Okay. Yep. So, most likely women who will be attracted to him immediately. Singaporean, Colombian, Filipina, Ghanaian, and Polish. Again, I've already been with Filipinas. I will testify. Boom! It's going to happen. It's very quick. Singaporean, I've also dated them. Yep, they'll definitely go for you. This is true. I'm not going for those two. Not interested in Ghana. Some of the like the kind of changes that are going there, but I'm aware. But Colombian and Polish, no problem. Honestly. And I wasn't thinking about either one of these two before I started this process. Also, in my query, I want you guys to understand, I did not put the languages that I speak in here. I didn't say that I speak in English or any other language. It's just based upon some of my other statistics and my photo. That's it. That's all we're talking about. It's very easy. All right. So, next, social class. Most likely social class of ideal wife. Middle to upper middle class. Say it again. Most likely social class of ideal wife. Upper to middle to upper middle class. What more do you need? You need to listen to Andre when he's saying this. Stop with the beautiful bottom feeders. Does she have a job? Is she educated? Where does she live? You need to know that. If she isn't middle class at bare minimum in her own country, don't talk with her. Just keep on walking away. There's other options. You got plenty of women out there who would love to date you, right? They're beautiful nerds. They'd like to be with you. You need to go look for them, and they're not hard to find. If you're looking for the big booty Latina on the in the bar at 12:30 midnight, don't be surprised if she's holding your drink with a big smile. You know what I mean? I got this drink for you, puppy. Right? Okay, so give here Final Composites gives this huge thing here, basically a rehash of what's going on before. Well, this is the woman who wants to have children with you. She's calm, she's middle class, and she is ready to be a wife. You don't have to train her to be a wife. She's already come pre-made. She knows what she wants to do. She wants to be a wife. Okay? Now, let's go have some more fun. And it says, I would like you to create, I said here, I would like to create the following for such a meeting between a man you analyzed in the beginning in this chat and a Colombian woman. She lives in either Medellin or Bogota, Colombia. I like the following to be created, a fictional but realistic sample profile of an ideal woman, algorithmic scoring, and a plan to locate this ideal wife. Now, so this is good. It gives you this as an option, okay? I will put this as a prompt into the chat.
I was about to ask you to do that. Good looking out, Theo.
Yeah, I figure it out after time. I know you're going to want me to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and put it on there. So, again, this says everything below is fictional, but statistically realistic, culturally accurate, and aligned to the compatibility. Okay? Here we go. Fictional but realistic script of ideal Colombian woman. Maria, I can't say that. Mafe, I can't say that either. Rui. I gotta learn Spanish now. This is gonna happen. I have to learn how to say those. I can't. I don't know how to say the syllables.
Maria Fumada.
See, I can't do it.
Fernanda.
Fernanda. Okay.
Oh, it's the end.
Fernanda.
There we go.
I haven't studied linguistics. I don't know.
Maria Fernanda.
So age 29 years old. City, Medellin, or gets born in Bogota, moved to Medellin for work. Height 165. Okay. Ethnicity, mestiza. So she's Colombian mix of European and indigenous ancestry. Upper middle class upbringing. Religion, Catholic, Christian, believes in family values. Education, bachelor's or master's. Again, this gives some examples. Notice that the universities are listed. Okay? It's kind of important. So she studied in Medellin here in Bogota. It doesn't matter, but this is legit. Languages, Spanish, English, some Portuguese. Notice that she's learning. She's advancing, right? She's actually put in some work. Okay? This is really important. Okay? Career, digital marketing strategist for a multinational tech adjacent company located in Medellin's Ruta N Innovation District. I had to go look that stuff up. I didn't even know about this. So this is why I like ChatGPT. It's giving me information I don't even know. Nobody told me about this. So I can go look that up and go see what that is. I don't know what that is. But it actually gave me neighborhoods and locations that I can go look and say, hey, this is where it's probably going to happen. So this is really useful. This is a really great thing. Okay, guys? Then her job includes managing international marketing campaigns, coordinating remote teams, working with AI-driven analytics tools, which is how she became interested in men in the AI field. Notice that? See? This case, I'm not leading with my money or my nationality. I'm not even leading with Chewbacca. I'm talking about things I like talking about. In this case, it's AI. So I'm probably talking about Bedrock, ChatGPT, Vertex, something like that, and how to do agentic AI. I just happen to be talking about that off the cuff, which is what I do. And boom, we're talking. Income places her in the top 10% of Colombian earners, though still much lower than U.S. equivalents. See that? She's making a little money, but it's not a lot of money compared to you, but she's making something. She can take care of herself. She doesn't need to ask for a Western Union transfer. She already has her own little bit. Western Union Poppy. She's not asking for that. But at the same time, she's not going around saying, I got my own money. I don't need you. That's not coming out from her mouth. No. She can take care of herself, but she's family oriented. This is very important. Okay? So, her personality. Look. Warm, empathetic, affectionate. Wow. Almost seems like science fiction to us. Highly feminine, but intellectually curious. Sounds like somebody I know. I wonder who that is. Okay. Prefers emotional stability, hates drama. Wonder who that sounds like.
Like
somebody
Andrea.
around? Yep, sounds like Andrea.
I know, right?
Prefers, organized, calm, and supportive. Organized, calm. Goes out and gets blood pressure medication for some guy? That sounds supportive to me. Enjoys good communication and long-term planning. You guys finding this? You guys going for this? Right? Are you trying to get lucky in the bathroom with some place you can't even locate on the map?
Right.
I mean, come on, man. What are you guys doing? Next, life story. Grew up in a quiet, upper-class family in Bogota. No children. Not a baby mama. Look at that. No tattoos. Woo! Yes! No previous marriage. Too bad it doesn't say no septum ring either. Thank God. Okay. Past relationships were stable, but ended because she values maturity and honesty. Probably because he wouldn't commit and he wouldn't actually make a family. Parents have been married 32 years. See that?
Andrea's parents been married 33 years.
Well,
Yeah.
that works.
You
Strong
know, it's
family
kinda
role
funny-
models.
It's kind of funny that ChatGPT literally, everything that I'm not trying to be. I'm never trying to be braggadocious about Andrea. Never. Just in case you guys ever wonder, because I that's why I brag about you guys, women, from J. Clyde to T Mac to all you guys that have women in other countries. I mean, in other cities of Colombia. If you ever notice, I will probably brag about these guys' women far more than I would brag about Andrea, because I don't want you guys to ever think that Andre only bragging about his woman. He's coochie whipped. Blah blah. No. But it is kind of ironic that what ChatGPT kind of like analyzed for a man that didn't tell what country he's in and didn't tell what language he speaks. ChatGPT told him, hey, the best bet for you is a woman that comes from a great class or a good family in Colombia. And Andrea hits all these metrics. That's what I'm saying. I'm sitting back looking at this like, man, I just thought just look at the family. But it's when for example, it's not coincidental that Andrea's parents will be married 33 years and this ChatGPT said get with a woman also in Colombia, and the parents have been together for at least 32 years. And so I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying this in a braggadocious way. I'm just saying, so when you hear me respond to Theo, don't think I'm like, yeah, look, yeah, me. Don't think that, guys, because I believe in all the women that we all meet from around the world, the good women. Go ahead, Theo.
The women who want to make families. Yeah.
But
supportive.
before you go any further, it just hits me. Such as, shout out to my brother Ronin Travels. We talk behind the scenes and all the things that his woman's family has done to make his journey to the Philippines a smooth transition. It wasn't just her. It was mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with me. So when Ronan looks at his woman, all she knows is the solidification of a relationship between mom and dad. And mom and dad are supporting me and Ronan, my man. He's here in the Philippines, ex-military from America. But at the end of the day, the mom and dad in the Philippines are just as much as invested in Ronan's success in another country as his woman is. Don't let that slide past you guys, because that's what Theo was describing. That's why it's so important that the mom and dad has a good relationship of the one that you're meeting, because that'll help you out in the long run. Not just her, but you guys too. Shout out to our brother Ronan. Go ahead, Ronin Travelers. I mean, Theo. Theo Travelers.
I just think you got to have that support for the extended family. If you don't have it, you're walking into a minefield. Yeah, you really got to. The parent-in-law's got the potential parent-in-law's got to like you. They got to be working with you. They got to know what's going on. Or else
I like how you put that, working with.
Yeah, it's just got to work. All right, let's go to the next one. So she moved to Medellin for better career opportunities, for a safer, cleaner city life. Again, this is an example, right? She volunteers English to local kids on weekends. I like the idea that she's just active on the weekends, right? She's not at the beach looking to be piped down by Mr. Pookie. I like it. I'll take that. That's how I act. Again, values and long-term goals. Wants a respectful, loving, calm marriage. Prefers emotionally intelligent men who are stable and accomplished. Wants 1 to 2 kids. Will move abroad for the right partner. Okay, I didn't put in there that I'm only going to stay abroad. Wants a home which is peaceful, warm, and filled with shared purpose. Prefers men who are Christian or respectful of Christian values. Wants a relationship built on loyal, mutual support, and shared growth. You notice here? That means you've talked about religion. That means you know what you're going. You have some sort of religious value. You're not just saying, okay, yeah, I'm religious at 2:00 in the morning if that's what you want me to be, honey. It means you're actually bringing something. Okay? That shouldn't be that hard. You're having conversations. Again, you're thinking about what you need to do. This is crucial, guys. Right? All right. Physical style, slim, feminine, well-groomed. This is always how I go for. Dresses elegantly, a mixture of Colombian flair and professional style. Look at that. She doesn't dress like a streetwalker. She doesn't dress like she's about to pass you something so that you can be knocked out and she can take everything from your hotel room. Right? She's dressing like a respectable woman. Lives a healthy lifestyle. Gym 3 to 4 days a week. Good diet.
Facts.
Minimal partying.
Facts. Don't let that slide by. Facts, 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 facts.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I'm letting you know. I don't care how fine I'm going to say this to some of the guys that don't realize this. I don't care how fine your Colombian woman is today. She a baddie. Today. If she's not doing anything to keep up that body, she ain't going to be a baddie for life.
Right.
We are men. We want somebody that we're attracted to for life. If Theo and I are exercising and doing what we need to do for health and vitality and to look good, dude, you should have a woman that's got her butt in that gym at least 2 or 3 times a week, or at least walking with you, or for some form of just exercise. Y'all just walking and talking. Doesn't matter. Because I'm telling you, just because she's the sexiest thing on 2 feet today, that does not mean it's going to last always if she's not taking care of her health. He's 100% correct. 100% correct. You need a woman that you know, if you say, baby, we're going to the gyms, she's not going to cuss you out and fuss you out regarding that. I just wanted to share that, Theo. You are 100% correct.
Yeah, in my case, hey, look, if I bring a gym to Colombia, she better be there 6 days a week. I'm just saying.
Come on now.
Right. So, why is she attracted to the man in the photos, which is me? Okay. So, she finds stability, intelligence, and emotional maturity appealing. Ah, interesting, right? She respects high-achieving men who build meaningful relationships. Interracial relationships with Afro-diaspora men are common and accepted in Colombia. His calm and confident look matches her desire for a grounded partner. Notice that? None of these are good. All of these points are good. It's not, oh, he has a lot of money. Nope. His income and achievements provide security without arrogance. Big point. That means also you are not flaunting it. You're not leading with it. You're not arrogant with it. She likes men who can challenge her intellectually, but treat her kindly. Is that Jem? Yeah, you should be able to talk and sit there and talk with her about various points. Yeah, but you treat her like a lady. Take her out to dinner. Take her out dancing. All right. Well, we don't do Colombia. We don't do Cali dancing. We can't do that. No, not gonna happen. Okay. So, map showing probability, density by region, high density, medium density, low density. Okay. So again, high density, extremely likely to meet compatible women. Look at this. Interesting. Colombia probability, high probability, ideal zones. Medellin, Bogota. Then we have here 3 areas in Medellin where it's more likely that I'm going to meet her. Nice. I like this. This means I can go on to Google Maps and start looking this stuff up. I can go start doing some studies about it and go figure out what's going on. Right? I need to see are there hills? Is it flat? Can I run my bike there? You know why I know that's important? I need to know if I could have my normal life in those areas.
Facts.
Am I compatible with those areas? My normal life can I have my normal life there? I need to know all of that, right? So I'm researching this for myself. If you're researching this thinking, oh, am I going to get some tail there? You're not thinking about this right. You're not. If you, can I go there and get an easy girl? Nope. Not thinking about it. You need to be thinking about how your life can be established there, and then how you can meet this woman. That's healthy. Right? Again, Medellin, highest concentration of educated, family-oriented Christian women. Some people might disagree with that, but I guess so. Low partner counts compared to coastal cities. Internationally minded due to tech sector and digital nomad presence. Well, that's definitely true. Safe, clean, modern. And then we have here Bogota. Again, we have 4 places here you can go look up and go see. Do I like those areas? Does it have biking paths? Can I go jogging in the morning? I want to know. Can I walk home? I want to know about this. How is my life going to be there? Highly educated, ambitious women, strong Christian influence, better English levels, more career-driven, but still family-oriented. So I know, again, based on my personality, who I am, okay, Medellin right here is out in the winner. It's totally won this thing, right? It's not even a question. I get all of this, and it's Medellin. It's not even a contest at this point. Then here it gives you medium probability. Okay, again, it has Cali. Cali pops up, but then wealthy northern districts only. Zone 7, Zone 6. Right. I believe I got my zones right. It's not saying you're gonna find some cute girl along the river. Okay. But again, wealthy northern districts. Again, attractive family-oriented women. It says there's high body counts and nightlife culture. Okay, fine. All right, so Cali might, for some people might be a little better. All right, I think for a lot of guys who are watching this, they might like Cali more than Medellin, obviously. But to each his own, right?
Absolutely correct. Maybe better.
Next one. Low probability. Cartagena, Barranquilla, and Santa Marta. Do you have any comments on that? You could agree with that, or? Okay.
Me personally, I'm sorry, Cartagena, because Cartagena is such a tourist city. Take it from a guy from Tampa, Orlando, St. Petersburg. So even in the States, I know what it's like to live in a tourist city. When it comes to Colombia, Cartagena, even though my brother Los, shout out to my man King Los over there, Crypto King, and he found his wife over there in Cartagena, is not too many of us that go to Cartagena looking for something serious because it's such a tourist city, like Orlando, Las Vegas, and other tourist cities in the States. So I can understand Cartagena. Santa Marta is an undiscovered gem, even though it's the first city of Colombia, the first city that was ever established. But Santa Marta is super hot, and a lot of guys don't go there because it's not as developed. I think I could see Santa Marta being the place to be in about 5 years. They're doing a lot of growth, a lot of beaches there, but it's just not the place to be. Me personally, Barranquilla would definitely be on my list. You often heard me say, if I was not in Cali, I would have landed in Barranquilla, because you can have Cartagena feel, because it's only 2 hours from Cartagena and Santa Marta on the same freeway, right off the Atlantic Ocean. So you get the ocean and you get the beach, but it doesn't feel as touristy. And they're doing a lot of development in Barranquilla, and the women are just as gorgeous as the other cities without feeling like divas, like in cities like Medellin and or Cartagena. So I wouldn't have chose Cartagena. I agree with that. I wouldn't have chose Santa Marta. I agree with that. But Barranquilla, I would consider. Now, the other thing that Theo was saying in regards to ChatGPT and Colombia, I would have taken Barranquilla off the list too. For example, some of the things that Theo shared with me was Wi-Fi. Some of the things that Theo shared with us on the list was why they took Ben and Kia off. A woman that understands that the man has to travel for his job. A lot of women in Ben and Kia don't understand that. So that's why they took Ben and Kia off the list. Not because of there was something wrong with the woman, but because those women aren't accustomed to being with a man in tech that travels. And so, yes, Ben and Kia has to go off the list. I'll say this personally. If I was in tech, I would not choose Ben and Kia, Cartagena, or Santa Marta. It would not gel with what my blueprint is being in the career of tech. I have to agree with that.
That's a good comment. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I like what Tevin is King is saying there as well. I like what I'm getting with Medellin so far. I was a little surprised. So summary of Colombian probability map. Medellin and Bogota together hold 80% of the highest quality match potential. As far as I was concerned, okay, I'm done. That's it. And then it gives you an algorithm. This is what I have. That's what I asked for. And it gives me a compatibility scoring model. And it can give, I send 0 to 10. And I can put the points down here that I think are, that I would give her, that I think she deserves. And then again, it gives me a score interpretation of what I think the compatibility is. Kind of a nice little thing to have. What about this? Physical attraction. See, notice physical attraction is only 0 to 5. There's a lot more here. Speaks English. Financially responsible. Well, I put that 5 to 10 right there. Okay. Career goal. Clean social media presence. Okay. You know, she's not twerking online. Right? Look at these points. Again, ChatGPT can give you this kind of matrix. So you can be aware and think about things objectively. Okay, guys? So, plan to locate this ideal wife within 18 to 24 months. And again, gives you some, we just went through this again before, but that was more general. I'm going to go, this is going to be for, I'm going to go right to straight phase 3, months 6 through 12. Again, you're talking, video call. You meet again in Bogota or Medellin, right? So you're communicating, all right? There's, you know, this is active. This isn't like, you know, you talk a little bit and then you're, you know, Furikomi. No, it's not Furikomi. You're not transferring money to her because she wants money. No, she doesn't need that at all, right? Next, months 12 to 18, relocation willingness. Maybe she needs to move to another part of the city, or you're going to move her to another city in Colombia. That you need to have that conversation. Family values, future vision, and then religious compatibility. You need to know about that. You need to have a little conversation. Then, why not have a 2 to 3 week trip together to test your compatibility? And during this time, this would be hard for me to do personally because you guys know me. You actually shouldn't be working. You should go someplace, take her someplace where you guys can both travel with your passports. Go to beach, spend some time together, turn off the computer, turn off your phone, and just you two talk to each other. That's it. See what happens. I think this will be a fun thing to do. Again, phase 5, final decisions. And if it works, okay. You know, tie the knot. So there's some time in here. There's some things to be thinking about. And you guys really need to be following this kind of process. Okay? This is actually a fun thing to do. So again, it's giving you different options here. I didn't choose any of these options. One of them here, a WhatsApp message style analysis for Colombian communication. I would never use that. A first date script in Medellin. I would never do that. I know what I'm doing on a first date. I know that. I don't need someone to give me a script for that. I got all kinds of things. I know what I'm doing. So let's think about this. This is kind of a fun thing I said in the end. I said, if this person follows your plan and marries in Medellin, will you attend his wedding? And he says, yeah, but he can't. I can't. ChatGPT can't go to it. right? Well, they tell you some other things. Okay, it's some fun things. So there you go. There's a little analysis we have here with ChatGPT. The big thing here is you need to know how to communicate with the prompt, and you need to be looking at the answers. And the big thing is you need to put your values in. Okay? Be honest. Put your values in. And that means, guys, you have to have standards. If you don't have standards, you can't just be like, well, I'm open to whatever. You're not going to get anything. All you're going to do is go to another country and get in trouble. And then you're not going to know where to go. So use this as a tool. Now, if you guys are in my class, you guys know that I also did additional ChatGPT queries regarding where I should put my gym internationally and where I could buy a house. Okay? And in each one of the queries that I put in, believe it or not, Medellin won in all of them. So Medellin won in two other queries with ChatGPT. So we're not going to do that today on this show, so we're not going to talk to the gym about those kind of things. But see what I mean? I actually have a preference. Hey, I want to bring this over. Well, whatever you want to bring to another country, or what kind of lifestyle you want to bring to another country, you need to actually talk with ChatGPT about it. Well, for example, do you want two 50-inch monitors? Okay. Can you bring that from another country? Can you buy that in another country? You need to do a research. Think about it. Well, for me, I'm a cyclist. I have a $9,000 carbon fiber Cannondale Scalpel 29er. I'm very particular about it. I need to be able to bring it to another country. I need to have bike trails. You know the big thing I need about that? I need somebody who can maintain it. Because I can't always maintain my own bike. I need a professional I can bring my bike into and actually fix it. Do they have that there? You need to be thinking about that. That's an important thing. When I was in Sao Paulo, Brazil last time, one of the first things I did the first week is I went around looking for a bike mechanic. Can I bring my bike here? I wanted to know. So these are just examples. If you want to go rock climbing, if you want to go canoeing, that's a big thing for you. Is there a place where you can do that? If it is, what kind of canoeing situations do you have? Is it fast rapids? Is it kind of just a lake? There's no real current? What's good for you? You need to ask ChatGPT about all these points. Put it in there and have a conversation. And one of the best things about ChatGPT is this database is vast. It's absolutely mind-boggling how vast this thing is. So you need to be asking queries like, "Hey, look, will this work for me? Will this work for me?" Go for it. So I'm gonna give you guys an example. You guys are not gonna believe this, but this is what I do with ChatGPT today. Okay, have some fun. I was asking about a certain type of ramen that I liked eating in Illinois in 1994. And I said, I didn't know the name was. And I gave it certain criteria. And I said, basically, this was eaten by all the Koreans when I was on campus. I knew about it because of the Koreans. I was with them in class. I don't know which one it was, but probably this was common in Chicago also. So which ramen is this? Most likely it's not Shin Ramen. I know about that. It offered me all these options with ramen that were sold in Champaign-Urbana in 1994. I was flabbergasted. Like, how do you know about this? So I figured out which one it was from there. And then I had a 2-hour conversation, and I said at the end of it, if I go to Medellin, Colombia, can I have this ramen sent to me from Korea? And it told me the methodology of either having it sent from Korea or buying it locally in Medellin and where I needed to go buy that ramen. That's the kind of integration you guys need to be on.
Right.
Basically thinking, my lifestyle, the things that I like to do, can I do that over there? And don't be like, yeah, I just want to go to a club and, see something big and booty kind of bouncing up and down. That's not the way it works. You're gonna be like, hey, look, I want to be a DJ. Where can I buy vinyl? This is just an example. I want to buy a computer. Where do I go? I want to know that. I want to go to a gym. Where do I go for a gym? I want to go CrossFit. In particular, these are the kind of equipment that I want to use. Which gyms in this area, like Cali, in Zone 6 and Zone 7, which gyms have this kind of equipment because I want to use that kind of equipment? That's how you use it. You're actually transferring your lifestyle over there. Do that first, then think about the chica. All right, guys?
There you go. There you go. Somebody had a question for us.
Sure.
And I was kind of looking up he said, Quibdo, Colombia, how is it? And I was just kind of looking it up on, it's a predominantly black island or off the coast of the Pacific Ocean. Let's put it like this. I'm sugarcoating it. It's a spot. How can I put it like this? It's a predominantly black spot that is great to visit, but it's not the type of spot where you wanted to look for a woman or you want to live. It is dirty ocean. It's where the ocean water is dirty. It's dirty river water. It's fishermen out there that are some of the nicest people that you ever want to meet. Don't get me wrong. It's ran by 4 gangs. There are 4 gangs out there. So don't think that you can go out there and you can flex your gold, or that they won't notice that you're American because of how you walk or your watch. So you have to watch out for that. It's an area that you just want to say, I went there, I visited, and let me go ahead and go back to a real city. There are some areas that are predominantly black by Afro-Latins, not African-Americans. In other words, you're just as a target as a white dude in that area. And you're not white. You could be the blackest of black, and you could be a target in those areas because you come from another location, whether it be Europe, whether it be the States, whether it be from Canada, doesn't matter. So it's one of those areas that's the people are nice. It's nice to visit. But if you think you're going to go there, get you a girlfriend and fall in love, you're a fool if you think you're going to go there and do that. And anybody that tries to convince you of that, he's a fool too. There are certain areas in Colombia, and I'm saying all this in a nice way, and I'm going to end it this way. Your black ass ain't got no business being in. And you guys hit up me and Andrea all the time with locate. This is the funny part, Theo. Check it out. They hit us up all the time with locations that the only way they ever heard about that location in their lives was because of a woman. These dudes didn't hear about these locations just on GP. Hey, Andrea, do you know where so and so and so? You'd be like, how the hell you know about that area? It don't be because of tourism. It's the hot spot like a Medellin or a Cartagena. You backtrack it, and it's usually because of a woman. I'm not saying that this brother is because of a woman, but what I'm saying is most of the time when guys ask us about off the beaten path locations in Colombia, usually they're dangerous, and usually how you even found out about that hole in the wall spot, such as this location. Like I said, I'm not saying it's this brother, but usually is because that you guys have met a woman from those locations online, and you don't know if it's safe or not. And then here you go building an emotional relationship by talking on the phone with her, or chats and everything. But what I'm telling you is stick to the top 5. Stick if you're going to come to Colombia, just for safety purposes, and I'm trying to help you guys out, stick to the top 5. Medellin, Bogota, Cali, Cartagena, Barranquilla. Stick to the top 5. As you get comfortable here, and you could slide Santa Marta in there if you want to, but most guys aren't going there except for vacation. You aren't looking for anything special. Like I said, it's going to take a few years for it to really take off. Really nice. We've been there. But just coming to Colombia, stick to the top. Don't make it hard. Don't make it difficult. Don't. Well, my woman's from. You ain't ready. You're not ready for Manizales. You're not ready for Santa Marta. You're not ready for Pareda. You're not ready for Armenia and all these other. You're not ready for Bucaramanga. You could visit Choco, the all-black state. Visit. You're not ready to live there. So stop pretending like you're ready to live. If you're coming to Colombia, I've noticed from watching you guys, and I've noticed from our experience, and I've been to over 20 to 25 cities and towns in this country. So I've been to the smallest of small towns to the largest of cities. Stick to the top 5 when you first come here. Bogota, Medellin, Cali, Cartagena, Barranquilla. You will thank me. You will thank me 100 times over. Stop making it difficult. These small towns that y'all trying to get to with these small town chicks. Okay.
No, don't go there, guys. Really, don't. I don't see. For myself, I always say, if there's not an embassy around, or I can't easily get to an embassy, why? I don't get it. Like, so Medellin would be an exception with that. But like, last time I was in Sao Paulo, I know where the embassy is, right?
They say that ain't true.
No, this is Eva. Another rule that I have is a place where people are going to be really happy to see one of my dogs.
Yes. So
if they come running out, they're like, oh yeah, right? And they're talking about like the kachoha, right? Okay, good. We got it, right? This is good. If they're saying like shoo, like we don't want to see your dog. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. This is not going to go down. Go change that Airbnb. I don't care. You can have your fee. I'm leaving right now. I'm going someplace else. Okay, I'm in the wrong place.
Yeah, that's so true. That is so true. Yeah. Here in Colombia, they love it. For all you guys that's been to Colombia, if you have a dog or a pet, Colombians will embrace you 100-fold, man. There is a dog park everywhere. We got a dog park across the street. There are dog parks that are like one block, or even the larger ones that are all throughout the city. I can easily say within a 2-mile to 3-mile radius of where we are right now, there's at least 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll say 3 that I know of. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 that I know of within a 2-mile radius of where we are today. One across the street, one within maybe a block and 5-minute to 15-minute walk. I walk to the other dog park every other day. That's my walking trail. So I walk while people are walking their dogs. Instead of just the one in front of my house is too easy. So I walk down to the other one maybe 15 minutes away. And not even 15 minutes, like 10-minute walk away. And so, yeah. And a lot of guys bring their pets down. So don't feel like you can't bring your pets to another country. That's not true. David says this. David says, Andre, simple question. He said, are we allowed to have certain dogs like a cane Corsa? You know what? I don't know. The one thing about Colombia is if your dog is like from pit bull, Doberman, cane Corsa, all those dogs that look like it can attack another dog, according to Colombian law, it has to, when you bring it to the dog park, it has to have a muzzle. And the reason why it must have a muzzle, your pit bull, I'm not talking about your Great Dane, your Doberman Pinscher. I'm not talking about some small bulldog. I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. The reason why, because these dogs in Colombia are very peaceful compared to the aggressive average dog in the States. A lot of us don't realize how stressed out dogs in the States are compared to other countries. I never knew that. I have walked past pit bulls that'll just be like, "What's up?" and keep it pushing. You know, in the States, it's rare that you can walk past a pit bull and he ain't just tripping. And I'm talking about this has happened to me several times. They just don't be tripping like that. Now you got dogs that bark here and there, but most dogs in Colombia are a lot calmer, or dogs that you bring from other countries become calmer than they are in the States because they aren't as stressed like we aren't as stressed. We find peace in other countries. It's amazing. Our pets find peace in other countries. To keep that peace from being disturbed, Colombia is like, hey, you got a pit bull, you better put a muzzle on it. You got a cane corso, you better put a muzzle on it. A Doberman Pinscher, you better put a muzzle. Not just to protect the kids, but it's more to protect the dogs that are like Theo's dogs that are not large. They do not play that stressing out other dogs in Colombia. We think it's cool. Look at what big dog I have, and I got a chain, and I'm pulling him. We think that's cool in the States. That's the States.
Yeah.
Here they focus on the dogs. I don't care if you're a pit bull. They focus more on the dogs being at peace among dogs compared to other dogs. You'll see dogs yapping at each other. I tell you the crazy part. The dogs that yap at each other are usually the smallest dogs. And they'll yap, and then all of a sudden they just walk the the owner be pulling the chain, but it's never like in the States where they gotta tug the chain and come on, Arfie. I've never seen that. I've never seen somebody that had to struggle and the dog was dragging them down the street because it was chasing another dog. This is why they do not play with you having these gigantic dogs in Colombia without a muzzle. Not saying that your dog is bad, but your dog might stress out the other dogs at the dog park, and they don't play that down here.
Yeah, I mean, normally, like internationally, you just want a small, cute little dog. Because not only, okay, you go to the country in the beginning, you're going to either be an Airbnb or a hotel. So if you bring a beast of a dog with you, they'd be like, what's this? You're not going to get in there. They're not even going to allow you. There's no way. And then you have Andre picking you up from the airport. If it's big enough that he could drive his car, we have a problem. Okay? So, like, it better be a small little dog, right? I mean, I'm just saying, guys, like, just make sure it's cute. You have no idea the magnetic effect of a small, cute little dog.
Max.
People will walk out of their homes to go pet your dog. They want to go see it. And so you want the easiest way to meet like a beautiful woman, if I'm abroad, I just have like a dog like Eva right there. I have her walk in front of me and just have her be a dandy and just be like like that, right? And like, or Chewbacca. Chewbacca stands on his hind legs. He'll walk right up to you and stand on his hind legs. Done. The most beautiful woman you've ever seen collapses emotionally. She totally wants to talk to you. She's totally down. She doesn't even care. It's easy. I mean, and she's probably educated. You're probably in a proper area. She's going to stop what she's doing and talk to you for a while. Then you get her number. You go on a date with her. It's that easy.
You know what the funny part is, Theo, to kind of validate what you say? Because we live in the upper middle class location, and I see the other locations, the poorer locations don't have that many dogs walking. Right. Either the working class in Colombia from zone 4, 5, and 6, I see more dogs. The class from 3, 2, 1, the poor areas, I don't see that many dogs. I don't see that many people that can afford to take care of the veterinary of the dog. So if you see a female in Colombia, she got a dog, do believe she's taking care of the vets of the dogs, the meals of the dogs, or the upkeep of that pet. So she's got the money to do that. You ever notice that a lot of you guys date women that don't have pets in Medellin? You know why? Because she come from the poor area of Medellin, where they can't afford to take care of pets. It's these little things that you'll notice, and the women notice in Colombia. They'll be like, wait a minute, he has pets. That means that he can afford to take care of the pets. And he brings his pets to dog parks where it's kind of safe. So ain't nobody really tripping. I'm going to say this also, coming from America. Y'all ready? I have tripped on the dogs more than the dogs tripped on me. I'll see people I'll be walking in the dog park, minding my business. The dog will come up on me, he'll bark. But that's the most they'll do is probably a couple barks and they walk away. But here am I, true story. Since I've been here, I'm used to American dogs with American dog stress. I'm looking at the dog like, oh, he ready to bite me. He got to get on the bite. And I like dogs. He got to get on the bite of here. Let me alone. And the owners don't be tripping. It's taken, I'm tell y'all the truth. It's taken me about 5 years of the years that I've been here to get used to the fact that Colombian dogs aren't stressed out to bite you as fast as American dogs, because American dogs are stressed like that. I get it. But down here, I ain't seen no commercials. We see commercials on somebody got robbed or this and that, but it's rare that you see some little kid got bit and chewed up by a pit bull like you see every other day in the United States. And it took me a minute to get used to the fact that dogs in one continent do not behave like dogs in another continent. I kid you not. I've had dog owners look at me crazy because I was more stressed out than the dog. The dog will be looking at me like, dude, I ain't trying to bite you. I'm just, rah, 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 and that's it. But me, I'm thinking like stateside, hey, this dog trying to get me. And it's like, and the biggest dogs, they just keep it pushing. They trying to catch a Frisbee. I see pit bulls down here. They be like, hey, I'm trying to get to this Frisbee. Do you mind if I walk past you, Dre? And they'll keep on walking to the Frisbee and keep it pushing. But if I see a pit bull from the States walking to me, I'm like, oh, I got to jump on top of a car. So, dudes, and some of you guys in the comments that's been to Colombia long enough, you can attest the dogs aren't as stressed. And you can see their dog's energy different than from the energy you see back home in the States. It's the craziest thing, dude. This is the first time I've ever talked about it. Mm-hmm. But I have noticed that, Theo, dogs down here do not stress out as much as they do in the States.
I noticed that too. And my dogs come from Japan. And like my first two dogs, they're totally chill. They didn't care. So when I brought them to America, people wanted to use them as therapy dogs because they were just, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Just come up to you and talk. No barking, nothing like that at all. They were just real chill. Eva's my fourth one. She was a rehome from America. She was in an American house one year. She barks. I'm trying to train it out of her. It's been 5 years now. She still barks. And, she has a stress level inside of her. And we're trying to work on it. So most of the time, again, the dog is a reflection of the owner. If that dog is chilling out, it's probably because the owner is chilling out. And one of the things I would also say is that if you're like another country like Medellin or Cali, something like that, another city in Colombia, if that woman not only loves your dog, but she has her own, it means that she probably has a nice apartment. She can maintain herself. She has enough salary. That means she's probably educated. And that's one of the best ways of vetting someone right in the beginning. Do your dogs get together? Are they chilling out? Because if they are, you two are probably going to be at least somewhat compatible.
I remember just a couple weeks ago, Theo, I'm walking down the stair. For my exercise, I don't take we're on the 6th floor. And so on my exercise days, when I get done exercising or kettlebelling, I'll walk down the stairs, walking to the gym. And so I walk the 6 floors. And I remember just a couple weeks ago, kid you not, there was a woman and she had 2 dogs, and they were nice ass dogs, but I knew that if the dogs got out of control, there was no way she would be able to control those 2 dogs. No way. They were just too big for her. I come down the stairs. The dog turns around looking at me, but they weren't looking at me like, man, what are you doing? In my mind, I'm looking at the owner like, what if your dogs get? I'm Americanizing it. No words are exchanged at all. The dogs hadn't barked. She was waiting on the elevator. The dogs hadn't barked. I'm coming down the stairs on the first floor, and they see me come around the corner on the stairs. The dogs turn around, look at me. Okay. I look at her like, what if your dogs get loose? You should be ashamed of yourself, blah, blah, blah. Now, notice, we had not said any words, but because of my American experience with American dogs, I automatically assumed that because if something happens, you can't control your dogs. I'm gonna kill your. I'm looking at her like, I'm gonna put your dogs out to pasture. Uncalled for.
Yeah.
And the funny part was, I saw her twist her chain like a little more, as if just in case, not because of how the dogs were looking at me, but because of how I was looking at her and the dogs. I was the one that assumed the stress because of my experience with dogs in our country, in America, not because that dog or her dogs or any of the dogs in this complex have ever did anything to make me assume that. So it's taken me years to realize that the dogs that are here, whether they come in from other countries or born and raised here in South America, aren't as stressed out and ready to bite everything like they are back in the States. It's taken me a while to come past that.
You're kind of wondering what's going on inside of American people's homes.
Yeah.
Like what is really happening? What's happening? 'Cause my dogs are chill. You've met Chewbacca. Chewbacca's a chill dog.
I have.
Right? He does not care. He's like, hey, let's have fun. Let's go play. That's it. That's all it is. He's totally chill. My other dogs, man, you should have seen them from Japan. They were so chill. They just play with each other all the time. But if they're a stranger, they just want to come up to you and lick you. That's it. They're like, hey, we're best friends. Let's do it. Well, like, yeah, because that's a reflection of who I was, right? They learned that from me when I was in Japan. And in Japan, you have to be chill. If you're super stressed, something's wrong with you. So you got to be chill. But yeah. You're right here about that. So again, I would say, guys, if you're listening to this, if you want to go to another country, you want to bring a dog that's over 20 pounds, it's really going to be like, why? That's above 20 pounds in most countries, a huge dog. So that is
big.
Yeah. You just want a small, cute little dog. You know, something that's really cute, great personality, kind of like looks like it's smiling. That'll go up to a beautiful 10 and say, hey, go meet my owner. He's single.
Because she's gonna have her dog. She's gonna have her dog.
Right. So if your dogs are talking to each other, it means the owners are going to talk to each other.
Shout out to our brother before I cut you off. Shout out to my man Larry Shelton, class 6 in the building. Shout out to you, brother, with the $10 on the Cash App, man. I'm glad you guys are picking up some great information tonight. We did have video at one point in time. We're going to show that on Sunday. So we're going to show the video portion on Sunday of the 10 questions. But I really, thank you, babe. But I really wanted to let you guys, he said, I got a 100-pound Mastiff. He said that could kill a bald eagle. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, because the children will be afraid to be around you.
Yeah.
You don't want mothers to come out and say, don't eat my child. Right? They'll take their children inside. You don't want that. Okay.
Oh man, you don't want the headaches, man. Especially with the women to feel comfortable with her dog around your dog. Like you at the dog park, female at the dog park, and then all of a sudden her dogs are throwing, catching frisbees, and you trying to holler at her. And you want to make sure you got a dog that if that dog plays with the other dogs, that your dog ain't walking around being a bully to her dogs, because it's the last thing that she want to see. that you trying to holler at her, but your dog is a bully. So at the end of the day, guys, yeah. Now, if you got a dog that you love and it's a huge dog, not saying that you need to leave it in the States. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is the dogs that are here are not used to being stressed out by, I want to fight you. I want to fight you. I don't like you. The dogs don't do that down here. They'll bark at each other every once in a while, but it's usually the smaller dogs that do that. And then the other dogs that are chill, like Theo's dogs, they'll just look and keep on walking like, why is he barking? Yeah, the dogs down here, I kid you not, man. Theo, this is the first time I talked about this. It took me a minute to get used to dogs not being stressed out. I am not, coming from the States, I was not accustomed to dogs not being stressed. Big dogs, small dogs, didn't matter. In one way or another, they're as stressed as we are in the States. And then when you go to another country, you see the dog, and you really expect them to be like stressed out, because they'll bark here and there, like if it's in a fence, they'll bark. But for the most part, the dogs are kind of like, you let them out the fence, they ain't gonna bite nobody. They ain't really doing it like that on a regular basis. Go ahead.
I'm going to say the first time I saw this was in Russia. So first I was surprised people were speaking in Russian to their dogs. And I was like, what are they going to speak English? They don't know English. So that's, what do you think? They speak Russian. And then the Russian, they wouldn't have a leash on them. The dogs would just walk up to me. And I'm sitting there. I was actually kind of scared in the beginning. And then the dog just licks my hand and keeps on going. And then I was thinking, wait a minute, who are these people? They're obviously peaceful people. A dog that acts like that, that's a reflection of the owner. So, okay, it's probably chill. And then every dog I met in Russia was chill. Well, if there was an owner. Wild dogs were different, but if it was just with its owner, it was nothing but chill dogs. I met like German shepherds that were totally friendly, down to earth, wanted to cuddle. And I'm like, you can kill me, right? You're a German shepherd. You're highly aggressive. The German shepherd's like, hey, give me some steak. Let's pet, cuddle. What's up? What's
crazy? The fact that you said wild dogs in Colombia that's not very common. You'll see them every blue moon. Every blue moon, you'll see a dog that doesn't have an owner. Like people say in Thailand or the Philippines, they may have a lot more wild dogs, but here in Colombia, that's not the norm, man. It's not the norm to just see wild dogs walking down the street. Usually, when you see a dog, it has an owner. It's kind of funny that you would say that.
In Russia, it's common, and the dogs are smart enough to know which buses to ride, and they actually go on the bus. The state doesn't stop it. They'll actually go on the bus and travel a certain distance and get off, and knows how to do that. And I was like, okay.
In Colombia, dogs are accepted in restaurants and in open areas that in the States dogs aren't. So it's nothing to see somebody to have their pet in an exclusive, expensive restaurant, and the pet is not on the table and running around. Not saying that. I'm talking about the dog is disciplined and the dog's not barking or anything. But it's very common if you walk into a restaurant, you might see somebody, or maybe one or two people, that have their pets along with them. Especially older people, they'll have their pets along with them while they're dining and so forth and so forth. So I've seen dogs in locations that you would think like, wow, somebody's got their dog here. So it's common. So
okay, so then I bring Chewbacca and I sit there and eat steak. I know some babe's going to come up and talk to me.
That's how Colombia is.
Right. That would be a perfect prop. Like, hey, Chewbacca in the steakhouse, want some steak?
No.
Like, here you go. And then somebody come up to me, hey, can I talk to you? I'm like, okay.
Right, we've been to some nice restaurants, man, and people will have their dog just sitting there and just chilling, not making any noise, just doing this thing, just being a dog.
That sounds like a good tactic. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that in Medellin. Yeah, so it looks like for me, Medellin's gonna be the city, and I'm doing.
The other thing that I mentioned to Theo, Medellin has been working on this for about 5 years, even before COVID. They have been working on being the the Bali of expats. They are really have been working long before the digital nomad visas. Medellin has been working on making sure that their Wi-Fi is the type of Wi-Fi for most digital nomads. So if you're a person that works online and things like that, Medellin is purposely making sure that they have the accommodations as far as, like, if you notice in Medellin, there's a lot of workspaces. So if you don't want to work at home and you just want to work in a workspace where you can meet other people, just like in Bali, they have a lot of those workspaces that you can rent by the day, by the hour, by the week in Medellin. Also, Medellin is, like I mentioned before, has for years been working on making sure that their Wi-Fi is some of the best Wi-Fi on the Western Hemisphere, because they want to attract people that work online. They purposely do that. That's why when Theo mentioned this particular topic to me, I didn't sit back and think like you guys would think, well, he should be in Cali. No, I don't think that at all. I think that what Theo is looking to do in the long term is in Medellin. Of course, the women are gorgeous. And of course, we've proven time and time again, there are wonderful women in Medellin that are not just party girls, pay for play. You guys just don't talk to them. You guys don't talk to the women that work in the office or go to the fundraisers, or you guys don't even talk to the women with pets. Let's be real. I've yet to see any of you guys. I'm being honest. Let's be honest. I've yet to see any of you guys have or try to get to know a pet owner. Because a woman that owns a pet, you know that she has money for veterinary. She has money for upkeep, the best meals for the pet, the leash, and you know how ladies like the cute outfits and all that. But you guys don't talk to those women that have the money to be able to do the pet upkeep. I've yet to see a guy, I kid you not, from Medellin talk to a pet owner. I know some of you guys have, but it's not enough for you to where those of us who have never seen it understand that it takes place. Understand that it takes place.
It needs to happen.
Yeah, in nice restaurants in Granada and in Cali. Yep. In the Cali area, in Granada. Really nice. The restaurant area in Granada. Yep. Absolutely correct. They have the pets out there.
Yeah,
Zeta being in the building.
I would definitely go with a pet owner abroad. I mean, a dog owner abroad. She's going to know what she's doing.
Absolutely.
She's going to have a certain kind of structure, because you have to have that structure in order to have a dog. Just the way it is. Yeah.
There are so many networking groups out there for pet owners in Colombia. Oh, it's crazy. That makes it so much easier to relate to people in Colombia. When you are a pet owner and she sees that you're a pet owner and you're in the dog walking club or group, you know, on certain days. And when it comes to cycling, there is no country like, I mean, just a couple years ago, Colombia won the Tour de France. Dude, I kid you not, in Colombia, these bikes that they have are super expensive. And these people ride up the mountains, down the mountains, and they've got, I kid you not, the groups have police escorts. We be looking at it. There are times when me and Andre will be coming down the mountain and it's 5:30, 6 o'clock at night and it's about to get dark. And the cyclists are just going up the mountain with the police cars, police bikes, with the police escorts in the front and in the back. And I'm talking about at least 50, 60 bikes, 20, 25 bikes, 30 bikes. And we looking like, is it that serious? But when you sit back and you see, or on Sunday, right from the airport back to Cali, dude, it's at least 40, 50, 60 bikes just riding to the airport, all the way to the airport. They'll turn around. They got police escorts and everything. And they'll turn around and they'll ride all the way back from the airport every Sunday. So if you're a cyclist, at least in Colombia, I kid you not, man, it's no joke. They take cycling extreme. And I'm talking about dudes. These dudes be having them Popeye calves from riding all the way. They may be slender and slim in every area, but I have never seen dudes with calves that look like bowling balls from riding up the hills and riding down the hills on their bikes. And like I said, just like you, there are some expensive bikes, man.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm impressed.
They're now that's one thing about Colombia. That cycling is a big sport. I would easily say, and this is just me, I would easily say number 2 to soccer is cycling all day long. I've seen more cyclists in this country from everywhere I go to, small cities, large cities, doesn't matter. Outside of soccer, the number 2 sport that I've seen, other than the kind of like sports that you would play, you know, little bowling and little small sports and golfing around here, but the number 2 that I've seen in masses, cycling. Hands down, cycling.
Well, I just did a query on ChatGPT. I'm actually looking at it right now, and I'm actually kind of impressed. I didn't do this query yet, but wow, I didn't know, but apparently it has a ring network in Medellin for cycling.
Oh yeah. I
didn't know about this. So, I mean, shoot, for myself, a ring network in a city? Are you kidding me? Sign me up right now, because that means I can keep on riding and I can get home eventually, right?
Yeah.
So I definitely want to know about that. But I just put my bike in, like the kind of bike I've got, and it's showing me various options and what I should do, and showing me photos of where to go. I think that's a great option. So again, looks like Medellin has at least a basis. So I have to go do another query, but it's something there. So yeah, guys, there's some options out there for you. It's like what Andre says, bring your lifestyle over first.
Yes, sir.
Bring your normal daily activities to the country first. Then think about the woman. So for me, my bike, I guarantee you, if I decide truly to go to Medellin, if this actually sticks in my head and I'm going to go there, I'm data driven, I'm going. My first airplane trip to Medellin will have my bike, 2 suitcases, a carry-on with my computers, and then 2 other entries for my dogs. This is the bare minimum I have to go to another country. So my dogs aren't in the other country, I'm not there. Ain't gonna happen. If my bike isn't there, I'm not in that country. I'm a tourist as far as I'm concerned. So that'll be wave 1. And I hope this happens. I think this is going to be good. I have to be there for Kings and Dreams anyway in Medellin in July next year. So I'm going to take the entire month to be in Medellin and talk to immigration lawyers and other lawyers about actually importing, a few pieces of equipment. I don't know what. I don't know. Functional trainer or things like that.
Shout to Ronan. Ronan is correct. The 3rd largest that I've seen outside of cycling and soccer is rollerblading. Rollerblading is a big, you'll see so many rollerblading teams and clubs in Colombia. I don't know why they love it so much, but they do. And when I had Ace Live, he stayed with us in 2018. I think it was 2018, 2019. Put some rum in there with it. Then I could sip on it.
You drink a little more rum.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. I love you though. I love you though. Andre said,
why I don't get no rum? I don't get no rum. Why don't I get no rum? Right? Nobody gives me rum.
We got to work that rum off. We be using the kettlebells tomorrow, believe you me. And
I'm gonna ask Eva. Hold on, Eva. Where's my rum? Give me rum, Eva.
When I was here with Ace, one of his first interviews here in Cali, Colombia, we were standing there down in central downtown, and it was a rollerblading club that came through, and it was just one just gorgeous, cute Colombiana, and he interviewed her. Thank you, babe. And he interviewed he interviewed her, and it was a rollerblading team. And since then I've seen so many rollerblading teams throughout Colombia, and they on Sunday also are in Medellin with the cyclists. So a lot of I'll see rollerbladers, man, and you be looking like, I know you ain't about to ride those rollerblades to the airport. I know you're not trying to ride those rollerblades all the way to the airport. Now the bikers, I can see that, but the cyclists. But they roll, they try. I kid you not, these rollerbladers are serious down here in Colombia. That's true. That is true.
Now I want to go check this out. I just found a bike path that goes past the airport into this lake. I don't know the name of the lake, but there's a big lake there, and I can ride out to a lake. This is the kind of thing that I'm down. On a Saturday, I can go ride to a lake and maybe get some food over there, something like that. Also, ride back.
The other thing, within a bike's ride of Medellin, they're building in the next 2 years a beach in Medellin. They're already, the blueprint is out. They already showed us the images of what it's going to look like. Because they're trying to compete with Cartagena. And the one thing that Cartagena has that Medellin doesn't have is a beach. So Medellin said, why don't we build our own? And so Medellin will have an actual beach right there. I mean, really nice beach, a huge beach as well, that's going to be on the outskirts, so cyclists can enjoy that as well in the next few years.
I want to hear about that.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull that up.
This is starting to sound really good. So you got a beach, you got a lake, you got some hills. Okay, you got some variations, got some flatland. Medellin, at least in the middle, is flat. I'm looking for the flatland actually to build the gym out. So it looks good. There's like a lot of options. I'm starting to really warm up. The Wi-Fi is good there. Okay. I just need to get myself in the proper neighborhoods so I can talk to upper middle class people and upper class people. That'll be my hangout. Get my dogs out. I'm gonna buy another Dachshund actually before I go. I'm gonna buy a proper English cream Blondie Dachshund is what it's called. I had one before from Japan. She's really cute. And when I was in university and grad school, she would walk down the street with me and she could empty out sorority houses. I wasn't even trying. I'm just walking down the street with my dog, and one sorority sister would see it and start screaming, "Ah!" And then she'd bring out all of her sisters, and I was like, where were you in undergrad? I was lonely. Right. Like, why did you talk to me out? So, this is good. I like what I see so far.
So this is the beach. As you can see, this beach area right here, and all this is going to be the lake area in Medellin. All this right here is going to be the lake area in Medellin in the next couple of years.
So is that Guatape?
Medellin 2027.
Is that the name of that lake, Guatape or something like that? Does it say what the lake name is?
You know what? Nope, I don't. Medellin Tidro on the Tedra Playa in 2027.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so let me get this is a better picture right here. Let me go back.
Well, I won't be there until 2027. That's good. I mean, right. it would be like the summer of 2027.
Right here. This is a good one right here. Let me see if I can find it up. This is a good photo. This is what it's going to look like. So it's going to be acres upon acres of nothing but beach. This is going to be outside of Medellin. Yep.
Wow.
All this is going to be Medellin.
This sounds good. Yeah, I'm looking this up too. This looks great.
Yep.
Wow. So this looks good. So I mean, if I'm in there in spring or the summer of 2027, we got the conclave in
Mhm.
September 2027 in Cali.
True.
And we got options.
El
We got
alcalde de la capital
beaches.
antioqueña anunció
We
la
got
construcción.
dances. The Colombia's starting to look good.
There we go. That's Medellin right there. That's the beach that they're talking about building.
Mm.
Yep. So they're going all out in Medellin. And that's another reason why, you know, guys need to get, if they're going to live in Medellin, they better get there as soon as possible because, yeah.
Prices
And plus, they got the 3 golf courses out there. They're going to have swimming. Think about the swimming pools they're going to have out there. Oh, this is the mayor of Medellin. This is the guy that's telling the guys, hey, hey, listen, if you come into Medellin just for pay for play, we're going to send you back home. They are sending over 100 people, 100 men back home from Medellin per week now. Because if you're coming only for pay for play, if they open up your phone and it's pay for play chicks, and then when they ask you the questions, why are you here? And you're like, it's the party. Yeah, they're gonna put your ass on the next plane going back to Medellin, no matter what race or color. This mayor is shutting things down. He's actually going to be running for president. That's what everybody was thinking. He's actually going to be running for president. So yeah, he is
well,
serious.
let's say when I go to Medellin, I have my bike, and they'll say, "Why are you here?" I'm like, "I want to ride my bike and go to the beach and go ride the trails and see what's here."
Yeah,
I'll have an answer. Right?
Yeah. So yeah. Well, let me let you go ahead and enjoy the rest of your evening while I shut everything down.
Sounds good. It was good. It was good to be here. I was going to say in closing, guys, we're talking about AI prompts with ChatGPT. You get out of it what you put in. And the more you put into it, the more detail it's going to give you. In fact, ChatGPT will give you even more if you really spend some time to put some effort into the query. So you have to think about it. Think about what you really want. Make sure that you have standards before you do this query. Write them out. Write out your non-negotiables. This is totally necessary because without it, you're not going to be able. ChatGPT can't find the population for you and what you want. If you want, for example, you want an Afro diaspora woman, write that down. She has to be Afro something. Write that in your query. ChatGPT is down with that. Definitely work that way. So write what you want. Just make sure you're very persistent on it, okay?
All right. Thank you, Theo, for letting us do this.
I had a good time in your show. That was fun. Yeah.
That was fun, man.
Yeah. And Chewbacca's in another room right now, so he's probably ticked off. Yeah, well, I have to close everything off whenever I'm on a podcast, for the air, make sure there's no sound coming in. So he probably didn't get into here before I closed everything down. So he's probably in another room right now, scratching or wondering why we abandoned him. I've been here with Eva alone. So he's probably like,
that's another thing. Yeah.
You don't like me anymore. You hate me.
Right. Was this Eva's world?
Yeah, that's right. Is that it? Am I disposable?
I used to be on your shows. No, now it's Eva. It's all about Eva.
Yeah, that's how he'll think. He's really cute. So, I want 3 dogs in Medellin. Yeah, I'll get a baddie.
There you go.
Yeah, get my weight down, get my health good, get 3 dogs. Then it'll probably be Terraform Bly, baby number 1.tf.
There we go. Boom. They are serious about having kids in Colombia, believe me.
Oh, I'm a father. Oh no, what did I do? I'm the author of this code. It's a new repo. Right? What am I gonna do?
Just look at this. You get up.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway.
Let me let you enjoy the rest of your life. Shout out to Chewy and Eva.
I'll see you later. I'll see you in class, okay?
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to all you guys that stuck around.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Detroit boys and shout out to my man Theo out there, them Texas boys. Yes, sir. Glad to see that you guys are here. Let me give some love to them Texas boys. Yes, sir. Let me see what we got for Texas boys.
Now we don't know about the Texas boys coming down to Candy Toys.
Yes, sir. Shout out to them Texas boys out there. Appreciate you. And appreciate all you guys that have stuck around for this particular live stream. It was very important. We do have one that coming up. I'm just going to show this first part of the video. There are 10 questions. 10 questions that I'm going to, before we go any further, I dropped the link for it. Tomorrow is going to be movie night. It's going to be a karate movie, a kung fu movie, like the Shaw Brothers Kung Fu. I'm trying to download this, what was the 5 or the 7 claws of Shaolin, something like that, right? I'm trying to download that. But tomorrow we will be watching not 48 hours. It will be Axel Foley's Beverly Hills Cop 1. So we'll be enjoying that. And as you guys know, over on Rumble, we've been watching movies up on movies over on Rumble. So last week, if you were with us, last week, How to Be a Player and Bloodsport. And then we watched before that Jungle Fever Claudine. And we also watched Eddie Murphy's Life and Harlem Nights. So we're back on track. So I'm going to get some more Kung Fu movies like The 5 Elements. And we watched The Heartbeats. So if you're not doing anything on Saturdays, man, let me know because we always do a double feature. And I just dropped the link. All you got to do is just join the channel. Our goal is to get to at least 500 subscribers. We're at 428. Make sure you guys subscribe because we're always watching. This was a good one. Blue Avenue and House Party 2. That was a good one. We watched the Warriors come out and play. Yay. We watched that and we watched Richard Pryor and Which Way Is Up. So make sure you got, that's what it was. That's what it was. Let me write that down because I've been trying to hunt that down for the past week. The 7 Blows of the Dragon. Okay, let me write that down. Passenger. That Passenger 57. And tonight, I'm going to look that up again. The 7 Blows of the Dragon. That's the one I was trying to figure out. Okay. So I want that to be our second feature. So tomorrow we're going to be watching, it's going to start at 7:00. We're going to be watching, we already watched the first house party. Yeah, we watched our brother Richie Mack in the first house party. He had a couple of scenes off in there. Then we watched our brother Richie Mack. Shout out to Richie. We watched Richie Mack in what was it? Harlem Nights. No, not in Harlem Nights, but Hollywood Shuffle. We watched Richie Mack when he was the head of the zombie pimps. The zombie pimps, Richie Mack. So we got a chance to watch Richie Mack as the zombie pimp. And so tomorrow we're going to be watching Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cop. And hopefully, because I'm going to try to get it downloaded tonight, the 7 Blows of the Dragon. That's what I've been trying to download and try to get a hold of. Yes, sir. I love some old school Kung Fu movies. Yes, sir. We've been watching some classic. We watched Dead Presidents of Penitentiary. My favorite week was Beat Street and Crush Groovin', Body Moving'. I love Crush Groove. Then we watched The Last Dragon and House Party 1. We watched The 5 Deadly. Now that's a good one. That might be my favorite week. The 5 Deadly Venoms and Cooley High. When we watched that. Every Saturday, guys. So if you guys aren't subscribed to Rumble, go ahead and subscribe to Rumble. Because every Saturday, starting at 7:00 in the evening, we watch a double feature, just like back in the day. We watched Shaft and Rumble in the Bronx. We watched the 7 Grand. Now that was good. The 7 Grandmasters and Hollywood Shuffle. That was a good weekend too. We watched Superfly. We watched Pam Grier and Coffee, and we watched Dolomite. Come on now. We do not play on this Rumble channel. The reason why we watch it on Rumble, because of copyright, we can't watch it on YouTube. But Rumble doesn't have any issues. So we watch these movies over on YouTube, such as 3 the Hard Way and Enter the Dragon. Also, the pimp of all pimp movies, Truck Turner and Uptown Saturday Night. We've enjoyed Car Wash and Let's Doom, 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 doom. Let's do it again. And the king of the pimp movies, we watched The Mac. And the king of the Kung Fu movies, the 36 Chambers of Shaolin. Come on now. We do not play on this channel. The 36 Chambers of Shaolin. Y'all, for those who haven't watched movies with us, you have missed out, man. You have missed out. So make sure you subscribe to the Rumble channel. And we'll be here tomorrow. And tomorrow will be Axel Foley with 48 hours. And tonight I'm going to try to download the 7 Blows of the Dragon. We got to get the Kung Fu movies in. He says this. He says, he said, that was my favorite, the Mac. Yeah, you guys missed out on that one. He said, Dre is also called the water, the water margin. So let me write that down. Okay, cool. The water margin. And he said the classics. Yeah, Asian fight movie. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We do the Kung Fu movies over on Rumble, man. We do the Kung Fu movies on Rumble. Yeah, come on now. I told y'all the 36 Chambers of Shaolin Temple. You know what? I didn't put Boys in the Hood in here. I do have another one that I'm doing, the Latin one. Oh man, and I forget, it's like the Latin movie. And so I have it, and I'm going to go ahead and download that one. And it's out of LA, and it's about the history and the story of the lowrider cars. So we're going to see some amazing cars in this movie. Yeah, anything that's a Shaw Brother joint is a must-have. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said, I remember the Kung Fu, the new Kung Fu theater. Yes, sir. Shout out to my Uncle Jeffrey Ghostface making it back to Tampa with the sad face. The 18 Bronzeman. Let me write that down because I can download all these for us tonight. And I know exactly which one you're talking about with the 18 Bronzeman. He said 36 Chambers of Shaolin Temple. Great movie indeed. He said, damn, I'm getting movie fever. Yes, sir, man. We watch these old school Kung Fu movies now. We really do. He said, Dre, you're always looking out for us. He said, you're a great meaning to coach. Yes, sir. He said, you're that and more. I appreciate that, brother. I will appreciate that. And for those that weren't here earlier, cologne of the night before I let you guys go, get you some rest, because we're going to enjoy movie night tomorrow. And I'm about to download these movies. For those that weren't here earlier, cologne of the night is the Swiss Arabian. Get used to Swiss Arabian brand. They make excellent clones, just like Lattafa, just like Armaf, just like Paris Corners, just like a lot of Dewey, a lot of great $300 colognes are cloned by these brands. Another great clone that's only like $40. This one here is by Swiss Arabian. If you want to look up anything, just look up Swiss Arabian colognes. You can get them on Amazon, and I promise you, brother, I promise you this. This one right here is the Oud Tonic. Now, it does not have oud in it because it has Oud Tonic in the title. It doesn't. It is a very gourmand, very masculine scent. Very nice box. Very masculine scent. And it is mainly a caramel slash what am I thinking of? Oh, vanilla scent. but it's extremely masculine. There's nothing feminine about this scent. A woman can wear it if she want to, but a man, this, yeah, bruh. Yeah, very masculine. Okay. Ronan said, Fist of Legend. Let me write that down too. See, this gives me some movies to write down so we can watch them over the next couple of weeks too. I think I came across this one too. Okay, cool. Cool, perfect. You say it's on the list? Yes, sir. I've got that one. I got quite a few in, man. I got quite a few colognes in lately. So shout out to my uncle Jeffrey, and shout out to all you guys that are cologne fragrance heads. And I've got some interviews that with a fragrance, a very well-known fragrance presenter or YouTuber that I'm going to schedule an interview with him. He said, Dre, the Fist of Legend, you want the Jet Li one. Okay, cool. Of course, Jet Li is that dude too. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, you spelled Jet Li the correct way the first time. Yep. Deal. All right, guys, let me do this outro. Once again, Paris Corners colognes. Just Google it. Let's get the cowgirls going. Let's get some cowgirls going.
Got it, okay.